Okay, yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay. So, so the title of my topic or talk will be about how to write and get published. So before I would formally start this talk or seminar workshop, I would like to ask one question from random participant first. Um, the question is, why is it important to get our research published? Okay, so I will be calling some random participant. I read from the registration list. Is Sok Samli here? Oh, are you there?
So somebody.
Okay, yeah. Or how about Piak Chahal? Why do you think it is important for us to get our research published?
Yeah, in my opinion, it's very important for us because we are for a master and PhD student. We need to get public. We can graduate, and it's good for us to apply for a job in the future. When we get public, uh, we can apply to become a lecturer in a university, or we can become a researcher in an institute. So it is very important for us. And one more thing, when we when we get a public, small publics, we can get how can I say, become a can become a professor in our careers as a lecturer also. That is all for my that is my idea. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Piaktra, for your very nice answer. Yeah, that's true. So you mentioned about publishing to graduate for masters and PhD. So aside from that, actually, um, our goal is to communicate really our research. So aside from the points for promotion or to rise high in the rank in the academe or industry, our goal really when we want to publish a research is to communicate our research to the local and international audience. So uh, given that, we need to be mindful also where to publish our research and make sure that it is in reputable journals. So I have also read some of the participants' expectations. So you can see the main slide, right, in the screen, right? Okay.
Yeah, yes, we
So
can.
yeah, some participants, based on the registration list, they want to publish in high impact journals. Well, I would say that I can share my experience on that, and also on the process of publication and how to make quality paper for publication. And also, this is very important to publish thesis to complete degree. Yeah, this is actually uh, very important when you do graduate studies, because you need, before you can defend your thesis, you need to get published. So other responses is to prepare paper for submission, writing style, improving skills for publication, the process of getting published, writing article from thesis. Yeah, this is very important because I will be talking about later that a thesis is a different from a journal article. And source of publication, where are we going to publish our papers? Make sure that we will not be uh, publishing in predatory journals, and strategies in writing publication, elements of scientific research, choosing correct journal for my thesis. So these are just some of the expectations of the participants that I have read. So for today, I hope that I will be of help to the participants that are joining us today. So as what I have said, the why do we want to publish our paper is to really communicate our research. So our goal is not only to get published, but also to be widely read in our field. So whether you come from agricultural science field or industrial education field or economics field, so we need to get our research published to be read by those other researchers in our field. And with that, there are three characteristics that we need to consider when we want to publish our paper. Make sure that it has a logical manuscript structure, and make sure that we know some tips and techniques on efficient publication strategy, because publishing in top tier journals is not like, does not take only 1 month. It takes like 9 to 12 months. It depends on the quality of your paper and the reviewers also. And also, you should know how to successfully submit your journal or your paper to the journal. So now we have the online submission portal. So I will be sharing to you that. So what do we expect from this lecture? So there are 4 parts. First is, let's start first with the principles on improving our scientific writing. And then later on, I will show you the process or some tips and techniques on paper submission and publication. Then on the third session is that I will share to you some of my experiences on how to find valuable information for your research. And the last is I would like to demonstrate the submission and publication process. So that means from writing our article to submitting it to the online submission portal and receiving comments from the reviewers, and how do we respond to reviewers' comments until how to get our paper accepted. So that is based on my experience and some principles also. So the last part will be a demo of the submission process. And I would like to credit these materials mostly from also a training that I have attended 2 years ago, conducted by Springer Nature. So some of these materials were just modified to fit based on my experience also and to the audience. So let's start first with our first session, improving your scientific writing. So basically, this is composed of 4 main parts. The first is I would like to share to you the differences between a thesis and article, and also we talk about the logical manuscript structure if we talk about publication writing, and some tips for a smart researcher, and how do we really approach the writing process. What are we going to write first? Are we going to write the introduction, or let's start somewhere else? So first is this is very important, the differences between a thesis and an article, because we publish our papers, right, from our thesis or from our research projects. And publishing in journals is not just like formatting your thesis into a journal type structure. We need to consider the differences of these two, because a thesis is an academic requirement, while a journal article must comply with the journal standards. And if a thesis is composed of different or various chapters, a journal article actually has various sections. So you have a section for introduction, methods, results, discussion to conclusion, whereas in thesis or dissertation, the 1 chapter for introduction, 1 chapter for the methods, and these are actually very detailed. Whereas in a journal article, we need to be concise of the introduction, and usually the literature review part is already embedded in the introduction. And if we talk about the methods, in the thesis we have detailed overall methodology, while if we want to publish our papers in journals, we need to pick only a specific method from our thesis and to fit that in our journal article. Because a thesis can be comprised of different chapters, wherein each chapter has a different study, and each study has a different method. And so other things like findings and discussion really differs from that of a journal article. So why do we have to know this difference? Because we need to focus on complying with the journal standards. So this is what we are going to talk about this training or workshop. So in thinking about a logical manuscript structure, your readers have 4 key questions. And this is in line with introduction, methods, results, and discussion. So for the introduction, basically it should answer the question, what did you do? Why did you do the study? So you give some rationale on why you need to conduct this study. So you need to highlight the problem statement, what you see in the field, and the research gap based on your literature review, what is there left for research. For the methods, what did you do? For the results, what did you find? And for the discussion, how does the study advance in your field? Now, I know most of you or some of you already know these parts and some questions to answer, but sometimes it's easy to just know these concepts. But when we actually is involved in the actual writing process, we failed to take into account to answer these questions. So that is like that is why I would like to touch each of these questions and how to effectively communicate our research through answering these questions. So tips for a smart researcher. So as what I have said a while ago, publishing in high impact journals doesn't take just 1 month or weeks. It takes a lot of time. Even actually before is hard to publish because we need to submit it personally printed to the journal office. But now we have the online system. It's faster actually than before. But still, it depends on the manuscript type, whether you are publishing a review article or a research paper, or it also depends on the availability of peer reviewers, because sometimes the journal takes time to invite reviewers to review your paper. And also it depends on the number of revisions that the editors or reviewers would like to have from your manuscript. And even if you address the reviewers' comments, it also depends on how well you address the reviewers' comments, because sometimes the reviewers and the editors themselves are not convinced of how you answer or you rebut their comments. So it actually takes 3 to 12 months. This is the fastest timeline, the 3 months. Most likely it happens in open access journals because they aim for faster turnover. While for those hybrid or subscription-based journals, I will talk about that later. Actually, it takes a lot of time because although you can publish for free, they need to really screen the quality of your paper before it will be passed to the reviewers. So something like that. So as a tip, think of this one, simple is best. Simple language works best. So when I say simple language, you should know the language that is being used in your field. It depends on your field. Like if you are from the agricultural science research or educational technology or economics research, you should know the terminologies that are being used and avoid using some complex words just to make your paper more fancy, but actually it doesn't help. So our goal is to make our science more relevant. So when we say more relevant, we should think of what's something new. So this is what my advisor always say, the novelty of our research. Because research, there are a lot of researches published every day, but only those researches with novelty, with impact to the field really get published in high impact journals. And also we need to minimize confusion and instead maximize understanding of our research to the readers. And science can be complex. So I talk about science because writing or doing experiments in different fields actually involve the scientific method, right? So it can be complex, but using simple language will help more people understand your work. And when we say people, people in your field, the researchers in your field. Okay, so let's talk about the writing order. Since we will talk about the logical manuscript structure, how do we really approach writing our research? So can I ask from a random participant, like, is Cheng Lita from KMUTT here? Yes or no? If no, then I proceed to Miss Srey Totsan. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Someone here? Okay, who would like to answer? Like, when you were writing your research papers before, how did you approach the writing process? Do you start with the introduction, or do you start with the abstract? Who can answer? No, everyone. You can open your mic. No.
Or you may type your answer in the chat box if you are.
Yeah, or you can type the answer in the chat box.
Type it. Okay.
So someone said, "Oh, you start with the abstract, Mr. Supal." Okay, so thank you for your answer. So actually, for maximum clarity and consistency, writing our manuscript should be in this order. It's up to you, but actually it works best if you start first with the methods, because you're doing your research, you're doing your experiment. So during that time, you can easily recall what you have done, who are your participants, what are the methods or the materials that you use, how did you analyze the data. So it's good first to write your methods. Because actually talking about the abstract, you write the abstract on the last part once you already finish writing your results and discussion. Because what can you write in the abstract if you haven't have an idea yet about what you did, what did you find out, and the interpretation of your results. So if you can see in this slide, the abstract is actually on the last to write, right? And as what I have said, you start first with the methods, and this is really what I did when I write my papers for publication for my PhD. And it gives me a proper flow of writing the article. And then, since you know the results, methods, you can now articulate more clearly your results, because writing your results should be in line with the methods that you use. So say for example, in doing science experiments, because my background actually is in science research, and now I shifted to social science research in agricultural economics. And so when I write my results, I also write it in accordance with how I did the method. So based on the experiments that I have done. And also, that is not the time that you can write your discussion and then introduction, or it can be interchanged, because these parts should communicate the research problem and the problem statement that is there in your paper. And then you can write the title and the abstract later on, because these can change on the later part as we do the writing process. Yeah. So this is also something that I've learned when I do my graduate studies, because before I used to write first the abstract and then introduction, but I've changed this flow, and it worked for me. Okay, so now let's proceed first So we will be talking each of those parts actually. So from the methods to the title or abstract. So first, let's start with the methods. So the method should answer the question, what did you do? So before starting to write, consider the method from the point of view of the stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, these are your researchers in your field and the peer reviewers. Of course, you need to consider the peer reviewers. And most of them are also researchers in your field because they will be the one to evaluate your paper. So let's start first with the researchers in your field. Why you have to consider them in writing your methods? Because these researchers want to reproduce your findings and wants to build on your own research. Let's say, for example, you are doing research on, I use my example in in my science research, the use of plant growth promoting bacteria. So they will look at what did you do in your study, and they will modify your methods based on the context of your study. So once you can convince that to the researchers in your field, they can use your paper. They can cite your paper later on if it gets published, and they can build on your research. Like they will use your research as the foundation in writing your paper, in writing their paper. And for the peer reviewers also, they are there to evaluate your study design. Meaning, are you doing the sampling technique or the framework correctly? And based on that framework, are you analyzing your data correctly? Did you use the proper statistical analysis tool? So they will validate your results. So this is in the point of view of the stakeholders when we talk about our methods. And other things that these stakeholders ask from your methods is that who or what was used in your study. So if you are doing a quantitative study, like a survey, it could be a face-to-face survey or online survey, are you interviewing the right participants for your study? And the materials that you use, meaning if you're doing a survey, where did you get those items from your questionnaire? Did you adapt it from previous research? Or let's go to the science part. If you're doing experiments, what is the basis of these methods and materials that you use in those experiments? Because you actually need to do a lot of literature review and make sure that you cite those works that you have used as a foundation of your methods. And how did you conduct your study? The methodology and techniques. Are you doing it right? If you're doing a field experiment, the experimental design, is it correct? And discuss specific conditions and controls. This is very important because, like, let's say, for example, if you're doing a field experiment, there are conditions that you need to report in your paper so that it would give more context on the results and later on into the discussion. So, for example, the weather condition, the temperature, the agrometeorological data about the field. So something like that. And if you talk about participants for survey, like what are their background, what are their conditions, because it will give context later on to your results. And how you analyze your data, as what they have said, is it qualitatively or quantitatively, and some statistical tests. So we will not dig deeper onto the statistical test part because I'm just giving you some principles on improving your scientific writing before we proceed later on with dissecting the actual paper. Okay, so how about your results? So after your methods, we need to present your results in such a way that the readers will be guided throughout your findings. So we should structure or assemble our results in a logical order to make a story. So when I say make a story, it should be like, as what they have said, based on how you conducted your methods. So this example I given here, because this research is about the use of bacteria from the soil, I isolated them and then I applied it to the rice crop in a greenhouse experiment and see if it has improved the growth of rice. So I did experiments from getting the bacteria out from the soil. So isolation. So you present the results from an isolation of bacteria first. Then you screening this bacteria for activities that can promote growth. And then you select those best bacteria. And then you identify the scientific name. And then you applied it in the screen experiment. So actually there's a flow based on your methods. That is how also you would present your results. And in presenting our results, we should use subheadings because the methodology section is a broad section, or the results section is a broad section. So you can use these subheadings and use past tense to describe the results. But if you refer to the figures and tables, use the present tense of the verb. Like the table shows that, the figure shows that. I know that some of you already know this one, but for those who still forgot, because even me myself, I can use past tense in referring to figures and tables, but you should present it in present tense. And we talk about results. This is very important also because I used to write results with discussion, because during bachelor's degree and master's degree, the section for results and discussion is together. So you need to present the facts, just describe it and do not discuss it, because there's a separate section for the discussion of these results. And do not duplicate data among figures, tables, and text. This is a common mistake because one of, for example, you already have the table, you describe it already, but what you are describing is just converting what you have right in the table into text. I will be talking about later on that you should discuss the trends and relationship. Do not just merely describe what you have in your table. And sometimes you presented it already in the table, but you presented it again in figures, the same data. It's a no-no in publication writing. And you should also include the results of statistical analysis in the text. Okay, so let's talk about figures. So you present figure one at a time, because our goal is to guide readers through your findings. So one figure under one clear subheading, introduce the experiment, discuss the trends and the relationships. Not merely describe that category 1, A is the highest, category 2. We should look at the relationship. I know that you get what I'm trying to point, and summarize the key findings of the results. And another subheading, introduce the experiment, and then discuss again the trends and relationship, rather than just merely describing what's in your table or figure. Although some journals now have multiple images in one figure. If you observe that, especially in science research, because some experiments have a lot of figures to show, you can label them as A, B, C in one figure. So actually it depends on the topic and how previous papers were presented in those fields. And these are actually acceptable for some of the journals and reviewers. Okay, so we're done with the methods and the results. Now let's talk about the introduction. So you can now articulate in your introduction why you need to conduct this study. So I actually follow this inverted pyramid style in writing my introduction. So meaning, if you look at the pyramid, it starts with the larger parts. So you talk about broader aspects about your topic until it becomes specific. So going down to your objectives. So what am I talking about? Like, have you read some papers? Like if you talk about rice research, say for example, The first paragraph that you can always read is rice is the most important cereal crop in the world. So it talks about the background of your crop or subject of your study, right? So you need to introduce your topic, provide background information to put your work into context. And then after that, you provide some worldwide or regional relevance, or you can cite some data to support this claim. Like if you talk about rice as the widely consumed cereal crop, how many percent of the global population consumes this crop? Something like that, that will give context. And then before you proceed to what is known about the topic. So basically, there are two components of this one, the problem statement and the research gap. This is what I would like to emphasize. Okay, I would like to ask first, what's the difference between a problem statement and a research gap? Can someone answer me? Miss Lim Dalin, is Miss Lim Dalin here? Can you answer what's the difference between a problem statement and research gap in writing our paper? Are you here? Or you can type it in the chat box. Or Mr. Bunlong U, are you here? Okay. Okay, no one will answer. Mr. Johnson, are you here? Johnson. Can you tell the difference between a problem statement and a research gap? Okay, let me answer my question. Okay, so in writing our introduction, this is very crucial because you need to highlight why you conducted this study. So aside from giving context of your on your topic, you should tell the audience what's happening in the field that you would like to address. If you talk about improving farmers' yield through the use of fertilizers, why you need to do that? What have you observed in the field? That is your problem statement. Like say, for example, the soil is deteriorating, there needs to be an alternative approach, something like that. So that's your problem statement. While the research gap is that this is related to your literature review. When you do literature and you do your research, you don't just replicate other people's research. You need to think of something, what's in the previous research that has not yet done. So that is where your novelty will enter. Okay, so that's our research gap. And when you have these two essential parts in your introduction, then I would say that you are communicating it right to the readers and to the reviewers as well. So you can cite up-to-date studies and some relevance worldwide if you want to publish internationally. And so this is what I'm saying, that what is not known about this stream of research, like you use, however, something like that. This will give idea that, okay, this is your goal. And so you will introduce your objective. So therefore, this research would like to address this blah, blah, blah. So later I will show to you how to dissect a paper based on these parts that I'm talking about. And the next part is that you're going to write is the discussion. So how are you going to approach writing your discussion? Actually, it's the opposite of how you write your introduction, because you need to have in like an actual pyramid style. So you start first with a specific aims. You recall your readers about your research problem, about the study design that you use, and summarize some key findings. So as you write your discussion, it will go from specific to broad. And the last part of your discussion will be the implications. How is your study important to the field? So therefore, you can conclude it. So it's in a broad way. So you can also interpret your findings based on the similarities and differences. So if in the results you talk about trends and relationships, now you need to explain why you observe this trend, why you have some negative or unexpected results. And of course, when you discuss your research, you back up it with support from previous studies. So if you observe reading some paper articles, this is similar to the results of blah, 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 something like that. Or however, this paper contributes to the literature uniquely, blah, blah, blah. So this is how you write your discussion from specific now to broad. Now, let's connect these ideas together, your introduction and discussion. This will actually give you an overview of your writing process. So you need to constantly check the questions that I have said a while ago, like from methods to your discussion, why this study needs to be done, what you did, and so on and so forth, because it will guide you in structuring your paper in such a way that you're writing coherently. What you write in the introduction should relate on what you write in your methods, in your results, and in the discussion until the interpretation of findings. That's what we mean by linking our ideas together. And when we say linking ideas together, it should be coherent. It should be like in the same thought how you started it with your introduction. So let's look at this figure, like introduce your topic, right? And currently published studies. This is where you write your literature review. You actually incorporate it already in your introduction. So this is what I have said, like this is very different from our thesis article, because in our introduction we have a specific section for or in our thesis we have a specific section for literature review. It's very broad. It's very big section, but in our thesis we compress it in our introduction. Just mention 5 or 4 to 5 sentences about previous studies and add however that will link to what is not known in the stream of research that you are doing now in your thesis or in your article. And then problems in the field, this is your research gap. And so it relates to your objectives and methods, results and figures, summary and findings, and then interpretation of findings, and then implications for the field. Okay, so this is how we link your ideas together. So going back to the discussion, okay, when we discuss our findings, we should be humble. Sorry, I cannot read what's in the chat. Something wrong with my mouse. Okay, anyway. Why is there? Research gap is when we discover problem after in reviewing some literature review. Yes, that's correct. I cannot read your name. So that's correct. Research gap is when we discover the problem. But actually, the term that should be used is like not problem, because I would relate the word problem into what is happening actually in the field that you would like to address in your research. Okay. So research gap is more of like after doing some literature review, you found out that this kind of research has not yet been done. And you want to do this in your current research, addressing the problem that you have identified in the field. So thank you for your answer. So going back to the discussion part, we should be humble, meaning when writing gets excited, right? We tend to discuss based on our bias. Like, oh, I get some significant results. This will contribute to the literature. But do not overstate the importance of your results. Just as what I have said, discuss the key findings. You don't need to discuss the results from every variable and highlight highlight those significant results that you've got, because that is not how we approach writing the discussion. It should be based on key findings. So it should answer your objectives and research aims. So you can use these phrases like our findings prove that, our findings show that, our findings suggest that, blah blah blah. And when you say these words or phrases, you should support it from previous literature. Okay, but sometimes the reviewers would argue that, oh, your finding is the same as previous study. Why do you still have to conduct this research? So that is where you can add something like, even if your findings conform or are similar with previous studies, you should tell them what's new to your study. So you will always go back to your literature review, like what's lacking in this stream of research. That's why you conducted this study. So you can add that to your argument, so that you can answer the reviewer's comments, like because I received that kind of comment from the reviewer, like, oh, your findings is similar to previous studies, so what's new, like that. So you should know how to answer that kind of question, and you will always go back to the literature review that you have done. So literature review is important, and I also appreciate the process of doing literature review, because it will really give you more idea about what you are researching, previous research. Before, when I did my literature review in my bachelor's thesis, I would admit that I just read and copy and paste some phrases or terminologies and definitions, but my idea has changed when it comes to this kind of doing literature review. Okay, so let's proceed with the title. This is one of the last two parts, the title and the abstract. So the title should get your reader's attention. So it should include what's important and some keywords, because in the online world nowadays, once you get the right keywords that you put in your title, your paper will be more searchable online. So it should be like at least 20 words in the title. You should avoid some questions. Not necessarily do not use questions, because I also have one of my published research using question as a title. Like, do behavioral and social demographic factors affect consumers' purchase intention towards organic rice? So it's a question actually, but I added a next title, evidence from Thailand, blah, blah, blah. So you can still use questions, but as much as possible, avoid. In that particular article, I use question because I think it would catch attention to the readers. Like, oh, behavioral factors, social demographic affect. I think it is the most catchy title. So that's why I use a question, but most of the time we should avoid. It depends on the context of our paper. And avoid describing your methods and using abbreviations, because titles should stand on their own. So it should be a concise summary of what's important. Like if you're doing the impact of online learning or the impact of COVID-19 pandemic to online learning to students in Thailand. So see, you state what was investigated, what was measured, and the sample measurements. Where did you take this sample? That is in the field of like social science research, for example. In the field of science research, if someone is from science research here, like one of my research title is like the growth and yield response of rice to application of plant growth promoting bacteria. So see what was investigated, the growth and yield response. And what is my sample, the upland rice. Okay, so the title should get the reader's attention. And another important thing is your abstract, because when you submit your paper for publication, of course, the editor will first read your abstract, it will judge your writing style, and it is the likely only part that will be read by the reviewers or the editors. So if you did not do your abstract right, then most likely your paper will not pass to reviewers. So it's very crucial. So what should you include in your abstract? You should include the relevance of your aims, the importance of your results, and the validity of your conclusions. What is the impact of your conclusions to the farmers, for example, to the policymakers, to the businessman, to the government, something like that, if you're doing social science research. So I have some tips on how to structure your abstract. So you can have a concise abstract, which is composed of likely just 250 words at least, or at most. And then it should talk about the problems addressed, just a brief part, and then mention your objectives and hypotheses. So this paper aims to study the impact of COVID-19 pandemic to students' online learning, something like that. And then what are the methods that we use? So data were collected based from a survey from 1 million students from Thailand, something like that. 1 million is too much. Okay. And then most important results. So our findings reveal that blah, blah, blah. And then concluding statement. Therefore, this research has shown that. So these parts should be in your abstract, although some journals recommended a structured abstract, which I will demonstrate later on, as because I also published one paper that requires a structured abstract. So it depends on the journal. There is one, there are journals that require abstract in one paragraph. There are journals that require a structured abstract, meaning they want you to separate the background or the originality of your study, the methods, and I will show that later on. So you should avoid the following in your abstract, like references. Do not cite or do not do citations or references in your abstract, because our goal is just 250 words at least. Then abbreviations and jargons or slang. So remember that simple words are the best, and non-essential numbers and statistics. But my advice for always comment on my papers before that you should put statistics on your abstract. But it sometimes contradicts also to the reviewers. Like the reviewers would say, putting statistics in abstracts is inappropriate. So it actually works in some journals, and it doesn't work in some journals. It depends on the reviewers. So that is why you should just avoid, not necessarily, do not put essential numbers and statistics. It depends on the journals and the reviewers. Okay. So now let's proceed with some of the examples. So I have shown you, right, the link of this presentation. Okay. I will send it again in the chat box to those who were late. And in this site, you can download my presentation slides, my activity files, and the folder that we are going to use for the submission demo of the submission process. So let's see some examples. We'll dissect my paper. Of course, I will use my paper based on what I have discussed later on. Although my example is on science research, I would like to emphasize that we are here for the process. I know that you can relate on the process of writing, whether what field you come from. Okay, so go to the site, and we will open the activity folder 1, which is dissecting paper structure. This one, dissecting paper structure. So I will just dissect maybe 2 papers. The first one is like my publication in the archives of microbiology. Can you follow? Like, if you can't follow, just open your mic and send a voice message. Like, yeah. Wait, this is not the paper. Sorry. Diana. Okay, this one. Did you see this paper? It's in the folder. So we try to dissect this paper based on what I have discussed. Okay. So I assume that all of you can follow, right? So I'll just proceed with my demonstration. If ever you're not follow, just open your mic and say something. Okay. I hope I can request for recording. Yes, you can, sir. Actually, you can ask it from the organizer. Yeah. So let's dissect this paper. Let's start first with the abstract. Okay. So abstract should be concise, like it will tell the context of your study. So this study, just to give you a short background of this paper, it's about in the science research field, and I used bacteria on improving seedling growth. So if you can't relate, just think of the process that I would like to emphasize here. So the first part of my abstract actually talks about the context about plant growth promoting bacteria. So they are known to stimulate plant growth. So this gives context. And then this talks about the problem. However, so you should start with however if you talk about problem and other transition words that you can think of. And then given this problem, I already introduced here the objective. So this study investigated the biochemical characteristics, blah, 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 okay? Just look at the words that I use in communicating this abstract. And then, so now the next part is on telling what I have done. So this is now the method part. Like biochemical identification was done using blah, blah, blah. Isolates were characterized. So I don't want to dwell into the specifics, but just look at that. This part talks about the methods that I have done. And now this part talks about the results. So see, biochemical identification result show that, and it is in line of how I presented my methods in this previous part. So some statistics, some percentage that you would like to show. And this is the final part. This study suggests that isolates may have commercial importance or significance to improve seedling growth. And some abstracts also would like to show some future research for your that will be conducted based on your study. So that is why I have mentioned here that these isolates will undergo further assessment. So this talk about future research. It will catch also the reader's attention, like, oh, this stream of research has still something to be researched more in the future. So this is these highlighted parts that I have shown here actually are the parts that I have mentioned a while ago in my presentation. Like, you give context first of your study, and then put some statements that will introduce your problem, and then your objectives, what did you investigate, and then the method that you do. It's very hard to write abstract if you are overwhelmed by your research, because thinking about how to compress it like in 250 words. So you need to write it in the last part of the writing process, so that you can now write it in short sentences, what you have done and what were your results. Okay, now let's proceed with the introduction. I talk about giving context again, from broad to specific, right, in writing our introduction. So our introduction, in my introduction first, because my research is about rice. So of course I write about this is the most important cereal crop, blah, 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 and giving some other context, okay? After that, giving some context, I introduce the problem statement. Again, a problem statement is something that you observe in the field that you would like to address by doing this research. So it's here that, however, the productivity of these farmers are not at pace with this trend because of various factors such as decreasing soil fertility, poor soil management practices, etc. See, I stated here the problem statement and giving again some context about this problem statement. And I mentioned here that to maintain productivity of farmers, farmers rely on higher amounts of mineral fertilizers. So what this problem statement tells me, to do some research that involves sustainable technologies to preserve the soil. Okay, so that is why I introduced here the solution that I would like to address based on the problem statement. And this is the use of bacteria. Okay, I call it PGPR, or plant growth promoting rhizobacteria. Rhizo means from the roots of the plants. So now I introduced already the PGPR part. Now I've given a short context about PGPR. Okay, recall on my first slides, like in a journal article, you need to compress already your literature review. Okay, so this is now the literature review part, just like 5 to 6 sentences about the context of my study. So from a large section in your thesis to just this section in your journal article to give context about PGPR. And then after that, this is now the research gap part. Okay, listen. I talk about here several studies. It's another part of the literature review, but talks about previous studies. Since I am studying about bacteria related to plants, what research have been conducted before about this topic? And how will I approach doing my research to think that I need to do something different from previous studies? So this is this part that I'm talking about. These are the previous studies that that research about bacteria on rice, and then I introduced a statement there. However, the success of PGPR inoculation depends on their ability to promote plant growth and so on and so forth. So this is now the research statement. Like it states that there should be more research to be conducted to determine, based on the biochemical characteristics of the bacteria, on how they will promote plant growth. So that is why on the next part, I introduce now the objectives. This study was conducted too. Okay, so you see the flow. And then after that, given the important influence of seed germination, so this is giving more context on the objectives that I have presented. It's like the importance of the study now. So since after you introduce the objectives of your study, what's the importance? And then what's the contribution of this to the society or to the literature? So this can be an economically promising alternative to address marginal rice farmers' production problems in the upland rice areas. So if you see, when I write this introduction, I really think of the pattern, like from broad to specific, giving context about your topic, to introducing the problem statement, then the research gap, and then the objectives of your study, then a brief importance, and then how will it contribute to the literature or to those upland rice farmers, say for example. So see, if you have some questions or if you want to interrupt me, you can leave some message or open your mic. So this is our introduction. Now let's proceed with the methods. So materials and methods is one big heading, so that's why you need to have subheadings. and that is based on your experiments. So in this case, I do isolation of bacteria and then the experiment on biochemical characteristics of bacteria, then evaluation of rhizobacterial isolates in the lab. And then after that, I introduce the results. And see how I introduce the results? It is based on how I conducted my experiments. So see, the first part of my results, I would highlight it in blue, okay? The first part of my result is biochemical characteristics of isolates. So this one talks about the results of this particular experiment that I have done, okay? And then the next part is efficiency of isolates in improving seedling vigor germination, okay? So this talks about the evaluation of rhizobacterial isolates. And then I just show the tables of the biochemical identification and the figure also of the how my bacteria improves seedling growth. Okay, so this one. Actually, I didn't show much figures because I think this figure is enough to convince that my investigation is effective, like that. Although some journals require you to do some comparison of those other treatments that you have. Like if the reviewers would like to show this other treatments, then you can. It depends. Okay. And then my discussion, okay, look at my discussion. It's still patterned on based on my results. My first results in biochemical characteristics, right? So the first part is what's the importance of these biochemical characteristics? And then the next part is the discussion about the effects on seedling growth. Okay, and one thing I would like to emphasize is that discussion, you should refer to previous literatures when discussing your results. Okay. And then going back to my results, I just describe it. I didn't cite anything. Okay, like example, what were the results of my experiment and seedling vigor experiment? See, it was observed that something like that. Further evaluation revealed that. No need to cite, just describe your results. You need to cite because you need to support your findings later on in the discussion. And then the last part is the conclusion. So just very brief conclusion, and your conclusion should answer your objectives. Okay. So this is my first paper. Actually, I'm trying to talk faster because this first session should be only 9 to 10. But anyways, it's okay. So the next paper that I would like to dissect is this one. Please open this in the folder. This is my first PhD publication, and I also was able to apply what I have learned on journal writing just here in KMITL to write this paper. So this is what I have said, that some journals require you to present a structured abstract. So if you observe in this previous paper that I have shown to you, if you see the abstract is in one paragraph, right? But there are some journals, an example is this one journal, they want you to dissect or separate your purpose, methods, findings, implications, and another section for the originality of your paper. Okay, so this is how we can dissect. And again, the same principles that I have shown to you in the previous paper, like in the introduction, broad to specific until you come up with your objectives. So I will highlight some of the words that I use to introduce the research problem. I would always emphasize the research problem. Why? Because this is what the reviewers are trying to find when they review your paper. If they don't see the research problem and the research gap, these two are different things, then chances are they cannot appreciate your paper. So look at here. This is my research. This is my problem statement And this is my research gap paragraph because I started with previous studies have investigated. So when you talk about previous studies, you are already reviewing the previous literature related to your topic. However, you don't end until just stating what are their findings, but what do these previous studies suggest. That is where you can enter what's your research gap that you would like to address for this study. Okay, and then there are some journals also. Example is this journal that would like you to expound really further what is your contribution to the literature, and actually happens in most of the social science journal articles. This one is in social science. So how does my study contribute to the mainstream literature? So if you observe, this paper has a very long introduction, and that is how Emerald journals mostly are also. Emerald is one of the publishers, which I will be sharing later on. So really, they want you to expound further what is the contribution of your study. This is Q2 in Web of Science. So no need to explain further. Okay. And then this is my framework. And then the methods, let's go to the methods. So we talk about participants, right? It should be highlighted in your methods. The participants, and then the measures that you use, and the data analysis, and so on and so forth. So that is how you dissect your paper. So in conclusion, in this first session, it's not just enough that I already know how to write, but we should write coherently. We should link our ideas together, and you can improve that skill by reading a lot of papers, and then try to look at how they write also. You can really dissect it, how they present their introduction. That is what I did when I read a lot of several journal articles. How they did their introduction, how they present their problem statement, research gap, objective. So they should link together. Okay, so that's all for the first session, because the next session is about paper submission. Some quick questions, just quick questions, because later on 4 to 5 p.m. we have Q&A part. Am I talking fast?
Okay. So thank you, Harry, so much for giving us a detailed presentation on how to improve our writing skill relating to preparing manuscript for publications. And if anyone have questions, you may drop it here, or you may ask directly to the speaker, or you can save your questions and ask at the end of this workshop.
Okay.
Okay, and here there's a question from Thai in the chat box. She asked if you could suggest her how to write a good research topic.
Okay, thank you for your question. I'm afraid I didn't get it clearly, because how to write a good research topic. So you mean you are planning to write, or you are planning to start your thesis, I suppose, right? So thinking about what's a good research topic to write. And I would answer that it depends on your interest. It depends on your field. So that's why literature review is very important, so that you can look at those previous research and look at the research gap from this research, and how would you like to address this research gap on your research. Okay. So it depends on your interest, because what my previous discussion was is that I assume we already have our research topic that will be turned into publication. So from thesis to publication. So that's what my idea about my previous presentation. So if you're just starting to have your research topic, then I would answer that it depends on your interest. So think of what is interesting in your field. So you can do that. You can do that by doing some literature review. Next question is, could you identify the differences between statement of the problem and the research objective? Are they exchangeable? No, they are not. Mr. Ratana, you are talking about statement of the problem. Okay, I would repeat my answer that statement of the problem is that what you observe in the field or in your mainstream research, like if you are in agriculture research or in social science research, think of what you observe in the field that you would like to address. Like, for example, in my previous paper, I talk about the decreasing soil fertility, the continuous use of inorganic fertilizers by farmers. So it's a problem because it actually degrades the soil. So my approach is, that is what I have did. I introduced my solution to the problem based on the problem statement. Whereas your research objective is already combining together your problem statement and your research gap. So do not miss the research gap. Do not just identify the problem statement, but also the research gap. Because when you talk about the problems in your field, you need to review literatures about that problem. Are they already solved in previous research? And then after that, that is where you can find from the previous research, what have they done? So your research gap can enter, what more can you do based on those previous published research? And then you will proceed with the objective. Like, therefore, this research likes to investigate the impact of something like that. That is already based on your problem statement and research objective. Did I answer your question? Okay. So just some quick Q&A part. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Our next part is on paper submission.
Okay, but can we have like a short break, like 3 to 5 minute
Yes.
break? Because
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you so much.
okay, so before we proceed to the second session, so let has a 5 minute break. So we will meet each other at 10:20, right? Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
let's have a short break. Okay. And for those who have questions, you can leave it in the chat box or you can save it at the end of the workshop. Okay. Okay, so welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back.
Okay. So now let us proceed to session. Okay, Harry, you can start.
Yeah. So, welcome back again. I would like to apologize if I may have talked faster, because actually I designed this workshop for a 2-day workshop. Like for this first session is the whole morning, and then and so on and so forth. So I may not be able to expound further some slides, or I'm running, or like I'm compressing my presentation to fit the time. Okay. So by the way, if you followed my presentation for the first session, then you can just look at those folders and files that I have given to you and dissect it by yourself. Because actually, those what I have written in my presentations are applied in how I write my research paper. So you can look at how I write my introduction, how I presented my problem statement, and my research graph. So it's there. Okay. So if any one of you don't have the link again of my presentation, I will be sending it again. For those who come late, this is the site, and you can download the slides of my presentation and the files, because later on I will be doing a demonstration of the submission process. So it's good that you have your laptop also. Okay, so now let's go back to our session. The next part is on submission of our paper submission and publication. So what are we going to tackle on this one? So we already done with how to improve our scientific writing, right? So our next goal is to submit our paper to be published. So there are things that we need to consider in doing this. First is that how do we choose the appropriate journal for publication? Are we going to publish in open access journal and pay higher, or you can publish for free? I can tell you how to publish for free in high impact journals. And if you want to get like a suggestion on which journal you can publish your paper, there is a site that you can actually use. It's called Journal Sugester from different publishers, which I will be going to share later on also. And also, I will be giving an introduction to you about the editorial manager and the article submission process. What are we going to attach? Because we want to get published, right? So aside from our paper, we need to have some other information to be submitted to the journal, like cover letter, and we need to follow the rigorous journal standards in publishing and some ethics. And I will tell you the journey of our manuscript. Once we submitted it already to the journal, what will happen to our manuscript, and talk about desk projection, of course, and how are we going to promote your article after publication so that you can have higher impact in the field. Okay, let's start with our publication goals. So again, our goal is to communicate our research either locally or internationally and have impact on the field. So that is really our goal, to publish quickly, but it's not that easy, I would say, for most people. Although some people, is easy for them to get published in just a short period of time. But publishing quickly is really something that requires hard work, perseverance, and you need to have a stable mind while doing the writing process, because you might get down by the comments, not just from your advisors or from the reviewers also. Okay, so you need to keep going and to get published quickly in the field. So one way to do that quickly is to choose the most appropriate journal and communicate your studies relevance based on the chosen journal. So there are some questions that we need to answer in choosing the right journal. Okay, So is this journal with the highest impact factor? Well, I would say not necessarily, because when you talk about impact, it is the journal that will best reach your target audience to maximize your impact in the field. If you chose the journal, the right journal to publish your paper, the journal will really do in extending your impact to the field. And then another question is, where are the findings relevant? Because if you want to be published worldwide, you should choose an international journal to reach a worldwide audience. Okay, and if you think that your research is just locally relevant, then choose a regional journal to reach local audience. It is really important because, oh, I want to publish in high impact journal. That would mean worldwide reach. But if we think about our research topic, it doesn't have worldwide relevance. I encountered one colleague who asked me, where can I publish my paper? I want internationally, but if I read the title, the participants and the audience are just not locally, not worldwidely relevant. So you need to think about that. And then, for whom are the findings relevant? Next question you need to ask is that, is it relevant for your field only, or your field and other fields? Because if you want to be relevant for your field only, you can choose a specialized journal to reach readers in your field. And this is where I published my first two papers from my master's thesis. Because when we talk about specialized journals in the field of science, there are some specific fields, right? Like my paper is about plant growth promoting bacteria. So I choose to publish in a specialized journals on Journal of Plant Growth Regulations. So anything about the use of bacteria to enhance plant growth are published in that journal. Whereas there are some journals also that can be broad focused. These are what we call multidisciplinary journals. It depends. Like, there is what we call organic agriculture journal, but it publishes not just in the production of organic agricultural crops, but also it talks about agricultural economics and some science also. So it is what we call a multidisciplinary journal. We can have this both locally and internationally also. And another one is that, how much accessibility do you need? Do you want to publish in a subscription-based journal or open access? So these are two things that are confusing also for new researchers, even me. Even my previous advisor before don't know this one. Like, what does it mean when we say subscription and open access? So when we say subscription-based, only academics with access to the journal can read your article. Okay, for example, have you tried accessing a paper in the internet and it will lead you to a paywall? Like, you need to pay $49 or 49 euro to download and read this paper. That means you do not have access for that paper. So you need to pay. So subscription-based journals can only be accessed by those institutions. For example, we at KMITL and others can access some articles from Elsevier and Springer because they subscribe to these journals, meaning all the content from these journals can be accessed by those people within the institution because they subscribe to these journals, hence subscription-based journals. While open access journals are free, the content of these journals are freely available to everyone worldwide. Why? Because you paid for it to publish. So it's freely available to everyone. So for the audience, they do not have to pay because you already paid from yourself to the journal to publish your paper to their journal. I hope that I'm making sense now. Okay. Now, what's the benefit of open access? It fulfills funder or institutional mandates. Like there are some institutions that they have funds to publish in open access journals, then that's good. Another one is that increase accessibility of your findings worldwide. Meaning, if you publish in open access, meaning your papers will be read, not just here in Thailand, but also in other countries. So if your paper can be read worldwide, that would mean it has more chances of being used as a foundation for the research, thereby more citations later on. And it can increase the number of downloads of your article also, leading to more citations again. And then it allows you to retain the copyright of your work, because part of what you have paid to the journal is to retain the copyright by yourself. You have the right to reproduce that and send that to your other colleagues. And you can publish quickly, as what I have said, because most open access journals aim for a faster turnover of publications because money, right? And then fewer restrictions in word and figure limits. You can have more figures and words, more than you can publish more than the word count because you paid for that journal. It's an open access one. But I would say that not all open access journals are good. Okay, so this is part of what I will be sharing later on. So how to identify a trustworthy journal? There are some things that you need to consider. First, is it from a reputable publisher? You know some of the reputable publishers. We have Springer Nature, Elsevier, PLOS, etc. Public Library of Science, MPDI, Emerald. Those are reputable publishers. Then you can also look at the editorial board. If you see some familiar professors, and then is it indexed by common database? Is it from Web of Science or Scopus or SJR? Now this is very important because when you go for graduate studies, this is what I didn't know before. Like they just tell me to publish. But before that, I didn't have idea like they really require to publish in high impact journals, meaning it should be indexed in Web of Science or Scopus or SJR. So when I look at the journals that are indexed in this database, I concluded to myself before that, oh, I think it's hard for me to do this. So you should know that that the journals that you have chose should be indexed in the common database. And do you recognize the authors that are publishing this journal and also the fees? Journals, especially those subscription-based journals or open access journals, you can only pay after the acceptance of your publication. So do not pay while you are still submitting your paper. Okay, those are predatory journals. So what's the bottom line? You need to be prudent in journal selection. So in this figure, you can see the main reasons why our manuscripts are being rejected. So in the left side, you can see during peer review, or after peer review. So what are the reasons after peer review? So basically, insufficient data, the results are not convincing and more work needed. This happened already in my case. Like they want more experiments. The one that I have shown to you a while ago, the one that we dissect about biochemical characteristics, it has been rejected many times. Why? Because the reviewers want more experiments for me to have my paper more substantiated, that it can be published in their journal. So it was rejected, but it's okay for me. I find another journal. And lack of novelty. I have mentioned about novelty a while ago, right? And it should come from your literature review. That is why it is very important to do literature review. And you can pinpoint the problem statement because it will talk about the novelty of your research. Out of scope. So I will tell you later on how to avoid this one, being out of scope. Methodological concerns and language. Maybe in the methodological concerns, you did the wrong analysis for your data. So that is why you can be rejected. While in the right side, you can see some of the reasons why papers are rejected without peer review. So some of the reasons are it is out of scope. This happened already to me. Like the editor rejected my paper. It's not painful actually because it's faster than getting rejection after peer review. And then lack of novelty, not interesting, insufficient work, limited space. So I want you to avoid this one. And in my case, I would say that I have experienced this already. So using my experience, I care about you. So I don't want you to be rejected. Okay. So I hope that you will learn more in the succeeding presentations. Where there's a comment. Good morning. I have learned that the acceptance takes a long time. Yes. It is really hard to keep waiting. Should I ask a variety of journal for consideration? Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Sari, for your question. Perhaps the moderator can summarize or set aside these questions later on for our Q&A so that I can give more clear answers. Okay, because reading your question, we can tackle this on our next slides. Okay, so can I proceed now? Let's talk about the journal suggester. This is one of the tools that you can use so that you cannot be rejected. So in the case of Springer Nature, I also didn't know this before. During that time when I started my PhD, I really immersed myself into the research process, like watching some YouTube videos and learning from those researchers from in my field. And I came across this video that teaches, there's a journal suggester of Springer Nature, meaning you can paste your title and abstract, and then they will suggest you using artificial intelligence. These are just suggestions from their system. This is for the Springer Nature. You can paste your title and abstract, and you can also refine your recommendations. Like it depends on the university where you are doing graduate studies. Like they want you to publish with 10 impact factor, something like that. So you need to target this kind of journal so you can refine it later on. And Ma'am Sari asked, like, there's a long waiting time to publish, right? However, you can also refine the journals that you would like to choose based on the acceptance rate or time to first decision you like. Like, let's say, for example, you want first decision already after 2 weeks. You can choose something like that. These are just suggestions, but still, you still have to go through the process of submission, receiving comments, something like that. That's why I said that it depends on the quality of your paper, how well you address reviewers' comments. Now, this is for the Elsevier. It's the same artificial intelligence technique. Like you can insert your title and abstract here, and keywords and the field. I will demonstrate later on. And you can refine your recommendations also. And another one is from Wiley. You can also insert your abstract and your title. Okay, so I can't wait to show you this one. If you have the slide, you can click on this link. And we will go through the journal suggester website that I am talking about. Okay, so please click on this link. Wait, why can't I click it? Okay, and it will send you to the journal suggester website. This is the screenshot that I have shown. Can you see it in my screen? Please answer. Okay.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. And going back to the presentation, please use the activity file too. Okay, so activity files, this one, and choose this one, finding journal. Please open this file. This is the file that we will use in demonstrating to you how to find the right journal. Because Ma'am Sari asked, do you have some journal recommendations? Yeah, I have. Okay. But these are just suggestions. It's up to you what journal are you going to submit your paper. So once you open this file, please copy the title. Let's say, for example, this is your research paper and you want to find the right journal for this research paper. We just need your title and abstract. Okay. So using this example, copy this title and then go to the website. Okay, title, paste it, and then go back to the Word file, and then this time copy the abstract, and then go back to the site and paste it. So I assume that you can follow, right? If you cannot follow, then just open your mic and tell them, can you repeat it again? And I will be happy to repeat it for you. Okay.
Okay, so for those who want to have your hand on this system, a journal finder, you can use the sample text that you can download that from the link sent in the chat box.
Yeah, this one.
If you want to what, have your hand on it, if you want to do it, you can follow that. If not, that's okay.
Yeah, if not, it's okay. There's a recording for this one.
Yeah.
And if you really want to follow, then I can adjust myself for you. I can slow down. So say, for example, you already have posted your title and abstract. This is the manuscript text. You can select the area. So for this particular topic, it's in life sciences. So you can search here life sciences. Actually, you can scroll different areas here, like from literature, history, geography. So we are in life sciences. So be particular with choosing this one so that your recommendations are more specific. And then click on suggest journals, and it will actually show you the journals that you can choose to publish. Okay, so how are we going to interpret these results? First, you can compare the journal in terms of impact factor, days to first decision, and acceptance rate. Like if you aim for impact factors, you can look at here. This one is a good one, high impact factor. But you can wait, you should wait for 57 days for the editor to, and the reviewers to send the reviews. And 28% acceptance rate is very low, meaning the other 72% that submitted to these journals were rejected. So there's low chance of being accepted to this journal. However, there are some journals with low impact factor, but you can be accepted faster or higher. Okay. So you can compare based on acceptance rate, first decision. And the higher the impact factor, the better. The earlier the first decision is being given by the reviewers or the editor, the better. And the higher the acceptance rate, the better. Okay, this one is higher in acceptance rate, meaning you have more chances of getting accepted. So once you have already selected, recheck if your topic is in line with the journal scope. So we'll move to that later on. So I talk about refining recommendations, right? Like, say for example, if you studied in Korea, they want you to publish in a journal with an impact factor of 10. You can search for that. And let's say, for example, acceptance rate, let's say like 20%. And days to first decision, it can be longer, like 50 days. And I don't know about indexing services. And disregard for this now, like open access and subscription. But you can choose both later on. So suggest journals and it will show you some answers. So this time, no journals found matching the criteria. Maybe because the impact factor is high. So we can adjust it Like if you want just 5 impact factor, and you suggest journals, and it will show you these journals, 5 impact factor, and at least 20% acceptance rate, and they will give you the first decision 23 days. Take note, this is just first decision, meaning after the first decision, they will give you like 2 months to revise your paper. And then once the reviewers receive it, you have to wait again for like 2 months for the review. And then you will receive another round of comments, and then another 2 months for you to revise. But you can submit the revision earlier, like after 2 weeks or 1 month, if you want faster. But the quality might be compromised. So some considerations like that. Okay. This is for Elsevier. I know, Springer. There are also journal suggesters for Elsevier. I haven't shown you in the slide, but wait. You can just type it here like Elsevier journal finder. It's called journal finder. Okay. And you can click it, and then the same process you can do. You can insert your manuscript title and abstract, and other additional field is the keywords, and select your field of research, and then you can find journals. Okay, let me show you again. So go back to your abstract, and then copy it and paste, and then title. Go back to your abstract, and then paste it, and then for the keywords, you can copy also this one, and then paste it. No keywords found. Okay, you need to in words one by one, like upland rice, something like that, and select it from the result, and then plant growth promoting bacteria, this one. So say for example that one, and then select the field. I'm in the agricultural and biological sciences, and then find journals. So it will show you the journals. Okay, this one. And again, you can compare. These are just artificial intelligence. If these are suggested journals, it doesn't guarantee that your paper will be accepted in these journals. Okay? That's what I'm telling you. Now, is anything clear? Okay, I assume it's clear. So now going back to my presentation. So that is the journal finder that will help you suggest which journals you are going to publish. So now you can go to the journal homepage. Oh, okay. I exit the results. Okay. Let's say for example, okay. Once you have chosen the right this journal, say for example, you can go to the journal homepage and read the scope of the journal again. Because since this is just artificial intelligence based on your abstract, the website suggests. So it still depends on the actual scope of the journal. So you can read the scope of the journal. It fits your paper before you submit your manuscript. Okay, and later on I will demonstrate to you more about that. Okay, now going back to my presentation. So other ways of finding journal. This is also what I do. Like you can see in your reference library the journals that publish the same topic as yours. What does it mean? Like, are you using reference software like Mendeley, EndNote? If you are using, then of course you downloaded some articles, right? And from time to time, when you do your writing or literature review, you can observe that, oh, this topic is similar as mine, and look, you can see which journal it is published. So you can also consider choosing journals based from your reference library. And of course, you have to check if it's indexed in Web of Science or Scopus, something like that, before you proceed. So actually, there are many considerations that you need to think before submitting. Okay, now let's talk about the editorial manager and the article submission process. So how are we going to submit our paper? I'm sorry. Okay, so how are you going to submit your paper? Now, submitting online is the fastest way to publish. The editorial manager is an online submission and peer review tracking system where authors can submit manuscripts and track their progress. So that is the easiest way to submit your manuscript now. So let me show you an example of the journal. So let's say, for example, you selected this journal, right? Journal of Plant Growth Regulation, because you think it is best for your paper. You need to go to the journal homepage and choose the submit manuscript icon so that you can start with the submission of your manuscript. The advantage is that it enables you to see the process of your manuscript from being received by the editor, and then being assigned with reviewers, and then that the paper is under review currently. So you can actually trace it. So say, for example, in this slide, this is the old interface of the editorial manager, because I did this presentation last year. So when I reviewed this presentation yesterday, a lot of things has changed when it comes to the editorial manager. But now, like the same concept, but what I would like to show you here is that you can trace your manuscript from submission to revision to acceptance. So submissions with decision 1, this is my interface, because I have already accepted. My paper was already accepted. So it will show you the process that your manuscript, or the steps that your manuscript will go through from submission. Then it will be sent back to you, and it will go to the reviewers. They will send you their comments, and you need to revise. So it will show here in this interface. So this is the online submission manager. And later on our last session, I will show you how to submit. Okay. So think about the journal editors. They are busy. So most journal editors are not full-time journal editors. Okay. So they are full-time professors or department heads from different universities. And so they are just journal editors when they have time. So that means, as the author, you are competing with many other researchers for the journal editor's limited time. So what are you going to do? You should make the best first impression for the journal editors. And how to do that is using through your cover letter. So what's there in your cover letter? It shows the significance and relevance of your study. And it will also tell the editor that it is suitable to be published by the journal. So you have to justify why you have chosen this journal. So it is assumed that you already have read the scope of the journal, and you can say it in your cover letter that this paper fits the journal as it tackles about the impact of blah blah blah, which is relevant to the journal scope. So it is interesting to the readers as well. You have to justify that in your cover letter, and make sure that you have clear and concise writing style. Okay. So more about cover letters. What are you going to include? So just some tips we have to run down. You have to introduce your manuscript. Later, I will show you a sample cover letter from my cover letter. And then you have to state why your study is important. So just brief background. You don't have to copy everything that you have in your introduction, because a cover letter is just one page. that will convince the editor that your paper deserves to be published in the journal. And what have you found? And why is it suitable for the journal? And some additional information. So this is really important because aside from the abstract, which is most likely the editor will read when you submit your paper, once you do not have a convincing cover letter, then most likely the editor will desk reject your paper, meaning it will not pass to the reviewers. So you should have this cover letter, as it provides an excellent opportunity to communicate with the journal and the editor and draw his or her interest to the submitted manuscript. So these are the elements of the cover letter that I have shown to you in the previous slides. And let's see some example, or one example only. Okay. On the right side, this is the cover letter that I made when I submitted my first PhD paper. So as what you can see here, it's a formal letter with the date, and you should know the name of the editor. So where did I get this one? In the journal homepage, you go to the editorial board and look for the name of the editor-in-chief. So usually it comes with the email address also of them. Or if you cannot find their email address in the journal homepage, you can actually search it through Google. That's what I do, because some of the email address can be found online if these editors are famous. And then the salutation, and then just state that you wish to submit an original article and the title of your article for consideration by the name of the journal. And then this is the statement that they just want to hear from you, like your research is original. So I confirm that this work is original and has not been published elsewhere, nor it is currently under consideration for publication elsewhere. Because it's a no-no in ethics. You cannot submit the same journal, the same paper in 2 or 3 journals at the same time, because you need to consider the efforts of the editors and the reviewers in reading your paper. So you submit one paper in one journal at a time. And this one, the third paragraph in my letter, is about short finding summary. Usually you can get it from your abstract, but just compress it into like 4 to 5 sentences, like, what did you do in this paper? We integrate the concept of product traceability in determining consumers' purchase intention for organic rice. And what did you found out? And why is it relevant or appropriate to the journal? You can see it here, like, we believe that this manuscript is appropriate for publication by this journal as it tackles an emerging topic in consumer and market research, blah, blah, blah. So you need to look for the keywords of this in the journal scope, like consumer and market research, because British Food Journal is about food research, which also talks about consumer and market. So I include it here as keywords. And this final statement just state that the participants were informed about this study when you gather the data, something like that. And thank you for consideration of this manuscript. So once you have this cover letter, it can convince your editor and higher chances of your paper to be accepted for, not accepted yet, but to pass to the reviewers. So it's a next step. It's an accomplishment. It's already a one step forward to publication. Okay. Now, aside from the cover letter, one of the things that is also rigorous. Okay, there's a question: is the cover letter a must or optional? I would say that it is a must in most journals, but for some journals it's optional. So when I say most journals, I'm talking about high impact journals, reputed journals. So it's a must for them. Okay, so this is one of the most tiring part or rigorous part, formatting our manuscript. Why? Because say for example, you come from thesis to journal, and let's say you have improved your writing already based from what I have discussed. You need to format your paper based on the rigorous journal standards. That means that from the title page to abstract to paragraph style, how you put your headings and subheadings, you should follow the journal style. It becomes frustrating and tiring, especially if you came from a rejection, okay? Because I experienced it by myself. You submitted it from one journal and you already confident that, oh, this paper will be accepted. But then it was just rejected. But you spent so much effort for that paper to be formatted from that previous journal. And now that you got rejected, you need to reformat it again in another journal. So it's very tiring because different journals have different standards. So this is what you are going to remember. A manuscript is different from a published article. What does it mean? Meaning, formatting our manuscript is different from what you can see already in the published journals. Let's go back to my examples. This one. This is already a published article. But when I submitted it, it didn't look like this. I call it a manuscript. It has the spacing of 1.5 or 2 margin line numbers. Okay. So you don't format your manuscript like this because it's the responsibility of the editorial staff to format your paper like this once your paper was already accepted. So I will show you later on how to format a manuscript. So writing is an iterative process. You cannot do it in one night. So you need to read a lot of literature and make your introduction to discussion coherent. So you can write in drafts. Focus first on the scientific content. Because in writing, actually, we get overwhelmed that, oh, I want to write this topic. And you get overwhelmed by reading a lot of literatures and make sure that you cite the references. It's actually very hard. What I did, I changed my mindset. Like when I first write, I just first on the scientific content before, and then I will format the paper later on. It saves time. And then use headings and subheadings in Microsoft Word. For those of you who already know how to use this one, good for you. But for those beginner researchers, I can share to you my technique. And you can also use referencing software. This will help you how to write faster. I guarantee you, because before I used to format my references manually. Although I can do it, I enjoy it. But going from one paper to another and formatting the paper from one journal to another, it gets very tiring to format your references manually. So it's a must to have a referencing software. Usually it comes with your university privilege. Like, for example, in KMITL, we have EndNote, free for students or staff, something like that. But if you are an independent researcher, I think it would be worth spending to have to purchase referencing software. Okay, so proceed. Let's see how this works. Let's use activity file number 3. Okay, going back to the activity files. This one, article to format. And I will show to you some of my tips for those beginner researchers. I know that some of you already have some knowledge of this, so you might just watch and see my demonstration. So we will open activity file number 3. Okay, I hope that you can follow. This one, article to format. It's a Word file, again. And what I would like to do it here is, my tip on how to format it like a manuscript. Okay, again, this is how a manuscript looks like. Remember, take note. It's different from a published article. It's not our responsibility to format our paper like this or like this, because when we submit our paper, it should have line number so that the reviewers can easily trace and cite later on their reviews the parts that are required to be improved. Okay, so in this case, let's say for example you have already written your paper like this, right? Single space. How are we going to format this one? Okay, so usually I use headings. So I reveal the headings on this part. Do you use headings? Because in Microsoft Word, it's very helpful to navigate from one section to another. So usually I format this as 1.5 spacing, something like that. Except for this affiliation, I can just use one spacing for this one. And then make sure that it is 1.5 spacing all throughout. And then put some headings. Like example, abstract, I consider it as heading 1. And once you assign it as heading 1, it will appear it here. And I will show you later what's the importance of this one. And keywords also, I would like to put keywords as heading 1, and introduction as heading 1. And what else? Materials and methods, right? You can put this as heading 1 again, and this part is under your method, so it should be heading 2, right? Like that. It will appear here on the left side. Can you see it? And then this one is another part of the method, so it should be heading 2. And then what else? Evaluation of isolates, it should be heading 2. And then so for heading 3, usually you can do heading 3 like this, as an italicized and bold part of the paragraph. And then results, this should be heading 1, and this should be heading 2 because it's under your results. And then the last part, I think this one, efficiency of isolates, it should be heading 2. So why do I use this kind of formatting? Because it's easier for me to navigate later. Let's say I'm already in the conclusion part, but I want to check my conclusion if it really answers my objective, which you can find in the introduction. So you can just click it here, introduction. It will just go directly to the introduction part. Okay, and you can find your objectives. Hence, this study was conducted. Oh, okay. So my conclusion is coherent with the objective. So something like that. So this is what I did. I do some headings and spacings. And don't forget the line numbers. You can put line numbers from the layout and insert line numbers. It should be continuous. Okay. So you should highlight all and then put continuous line number. So this is your line number. Why is it important to have line numbers? Because reviewers actually just say it in your reviews later on, like in line 10 to 15 of your abstract, I think your context about the topic is not appropriate, something like that. So that tells that you need to revise this part. So you can trace easily. So the reviewers will just do something like that, because I have already reviewed several articles from some journals. So that's how I review. Like I would just say, please check your introduction, line 35 to 40. Okay, so do something like that. And then after that, headings and subheadings. There are some journals that put line numbers, put numbers in their headings. I will show you the paper that I have shown to you before. Like this one, introduction, they put it as 1. And then method, this is, for example, this is 2. And then 3, anything under that is 3.1, something like that. So let's say you would like to format your paper like that. It's easier for you to do that now because you can just use these headings on the left side. So let's say, for example, you want this to assign as 1, and then click the methods, assign as 2, and then anything under the main the heading methods is like 2.1, something like that, 2.2, and then 2.3. See, it's easier for you to do like this. Just click it on the left side here and you can edit. And then after that, references and citations. Okay, I will show to you. If you can see, this is how I write. Like, of course, I read journal articles, but when I focus first on the scientific content, and I leave it like this. I don't cite it really according to format when I first write it, because I format it later on when I already finished about all the content. So how do I format this based on the citation format of the journal? So I use EndNote, as what I have said. So for this case, okay, I will show to you my EndNote library. Okay, this one. My references are here, and I just cite it faster. Example, this is Tim Sina, the author. So I put my cursor here and then put my and then go to EndNote and then find the author here, Tim Sina, and it will show. And I will just cite it here. Okay, and now I can remove it now. And next is Prasad. I will find it in my reference list. And then cite it. This is the icon for cite. It will link automatically to your Microsoft Word profile. And once you already replace it with your references from your reference library, you can update it. So just ignore this one. And then after that, it will format the citation like this. This one. You can see it. Author year, something like that. The same is true with this one after you finish. And the next thing is that in your references section, it will format automatically. You don't have to do it manually. Okay? So you can see it here. You don't have to do it manually because you have your references software to do it for you. So it will save time. Okay? So this one. You can format this article like this. Okay. Actually, we still for those of you who are new to EndNote, this is something I would like to make a training also later on, because I have my experience also on how to use EndNote, because it really saves time. But we cannot dig deeper onto how to use EndNote now because of the limited time that we have for this training workshop. Okay, so once you finish, you can now save this as your formatted manuscript and then prepare your other documents to submit, which I will show you on the 4th session. So that is how we format. Let's go back to my presentation. Okay, I hope that you did follow. Okay, now this is another thing that I would like to share to you. ORCID, or the Open Researcher and Contribution ID. In the previous editorial manager, actually, it's part when you create your account. But when I review this presentation, hello, my AirPod is low bat already. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you still hear me?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Because I didn't use my AirPods anymore. Okay. Now, go back to my presentation. So the reason I would like to share this to you is like, we are researchers, and it's a must to have ID for you to be identified as a researcher in your respective field. And I would like to use my paper for example. It links my ORCID ID and the ORCID ID also of my co-authors, which are my advisors. So the benefit of this one is that it will be correctly attributed to you, and the contributions will and affiliations will be reliably and easily connected, and it it will improve the discoverability and recognition of your paper. So let's say for example, let's go back to the paper that I have shown to you. The first paper, this one, if you can see, if you open the PDF of this one, uh, the ORCID ID is a link that you can click and will show you the information of the authors. So since it is my name, so it will show my name and the background. So other researchers can see your background also, and can also see your other publications like this one. This is my latest publication, and they can read your latest publication because there are links associated to that. Okay, so this is my latest publication, and can also see your other publications. This is the importance of having a ORCID ID. So if you don't have a research ORCID ID, then I think I would advise you to create this one, because later on it will help you in submitting your manuscript. And then going back to my presentation, yeah. So use activity folder number 1, and I already have demonstrated this. And this is how ORCID works. Okay, is it clear? Okay, going back to, so let me say I will click this other author, like this is my advisor. You can also grade for the details. So these are the publications of my advisor. This is my publication also. Okay, so like that. That is for the ORCID part. Okay, now to continue, let's talk about publication ethics. This is very important. So ethics is like, you need to know what is right and wrong in publication. So you should be mindful of the following. First is that you have stated it in your cover letter, right? Like that your research is original and was not yet published or under consideration by other journals. So when you say that in your cover letter, you should be true to yourself. And it should, and the author should already have agreed that your paper should be published in this particular journal, not just yourself. Just inform your advisor or co-author, something like that. And conflicts of interest, and then sources of funding, you should also enclose it, because some journals would like you to state what are your sources of funding. And the other one is authorship contributions. Yeah, this is very important also in the modern editorial portal now, the submission portal. They need you to state what are the contributions of every authors. For example, me, what is my part in doing this whole manuscript, in writing, data analysis, something like that. I will show you later on. And then another thing that you need to consider is plagiarism. This is very hard to avoid if you don't have enough background on how to avoid plagiarism. But you can use, there is an online website I used to use to paraphrase my sentences. But of course, these sentences should come from the one you cited. because um, improper author contribution is also a no-no in publishing. Like, you use this line, but you cited the wrong author. It's not good. And data fabrication and falsification, like since you want your paper to get published, you tried to edit the results of data analysis to match what you want for your results, even though it's not really the actual result. So it's wrong. And improper use of human subjects and animals. This in the case of like medical research. So that's why you need to have a statement like there is an informed consent of the participants to be used for the study, something like that in your cover letter. Now, once you convince your journal editor that your manuscript is suitable for publication, then it will pass for peer review. So that sounds easy, right? Like convince the journal editor, but actually, I have shown you that figure a while ago that there are some reasons why our paper gets rejected for peer review. So, but even if we get rejected, we should bear in mind that peer review is a positive process. It's not a negative process, even though we feel down sometimes. Me, I felt down sometimes. Because it's really hard to read the comments of the reviewers, like your paper has no novelty, you need to redo your analysis. So it will question my worth, right? Like, am I not a good researcher? Something like that. How to have a good paraphrase to avoid editors to catch up with plagiarism. Okay, I cannot discuss about how to have a good paraphrasing, but I can tell you the software or the website that I use. You can go to this one, killbot.com. Okay. If you know this already, or for those who didn't know, you can use this one. Okay, I will show you since I still have time. Since we talk about paraphrasing, killbot.com. Okay. It will actually help you paraphrase your sentences. For example, I'll get 2 sentences from this abstract. Can you see my screen? And then go to this site and paste it, and then paraphrase. And then it is really helpful for me in changing my sentences. So you have to wait for a while for the results to come out. Okay. And it will revise some words, replace some words, something like that. Wait. Why is my internet so slow? Okay. This one, it's showing now the results. So if you want to have a tip on how to paraphrase, you can use this software or just website, Mr. Johnson. Okay. Now going back to my presentation. So talking about peer review, because experts give advice on how to improve your study, right, and your manuscript. So you should take it as positive. And it ensures that only relevant studies are published, because journal editors select these reviewers because they know that they are experts in this field. Can we use the free one or pay? What do you mean? The Killbot one? Actually, it's free, but if you want to paraphrase more words, you can pay for the premium of this software. Like Grammarly, there is free plan, and there is also a premium plan. So they are just like the same. So you can explore more of this in your free time. Okay. So, and peer review helps to advance the field. So going back, reviewers are being selected by the editor because they know this field. They can critique your paper better than other people. and it will make sure that the journals published or the articles published in these journals really is like giving the readers what they deserve to read in this journal, the novelty, the scope, and everything. Okay, so let me show you the journey of your manuscript. This is very important because there are three main persons or group of persons that is involved when you submit your paper to the journal. So the author is yourself, next is the editor, and then the reviewer. Okay, so how does it happen? So we talk about our manuscript, right? Like, let's say we improve already our manuscript and we submitted it. So when we submit our manuscript, it goes first to the editor. And then the editor will look at your manuscript. It meets the basic requirement, like the scope and the formatting style, the references, everything based on the rigorous journal guidelines that I have shown to you a while ago. If the editor would say that it meets the basic requirement, then he will look for reviewers to assign for your paper to review. So it will pass to your reviewers. Can you see the arrow? I hope that you can follow the arrow. Like the reviewers will evaluate and give the reviews about your paper, and they will recommend to the editor if your paper will be accepted with minor revisions, accepted with major revisions, will be rejected, something like that, or accepted immediately. So the editor will assess the comments of the reviewer and make a decision. So usually the decision is not as easy as accept and reject because everyone deserves second chances, right? So that's why the reviewers will ask for you to answer, or this time the editor would ask you to answer the reviewer's comments. Or you can rebut the reviewer's comments if you think that these comments are out of the scope of your paper. And then you're going to revise your manuscript, submit it again, and it will repeat the same process. Like it will pass through the editor again and the reviewer. So the editor will check again if you have met the basic requirements, like did you make a response letter? Did you make a cover letter? Something like that. Before it will pass to the reviewers, and then the reviewers will assess how you revised your paper and how you answer their comments. And then it will go back again to the editor. I hope that you can follow and make a decision. So if the reviewers were satisfied by your first revision, the editor would say, okay, accepted. But if the reviewers were not satisfied of your first revision, they can require another round of revision. Okay, usually minor revisions already. And then you are going to submit again your manuscript. So it's going through like that, from author to editor to reviewer, until your paper will get accepted. Okay, so this is the crucial part, the reviewer part. Because even if you pass the editor, like you think your paper fits the journal scope, sometimes it depends on the reviewers on how they see your paper. So, and what a better way to convince your reviewer once they already have given you comments, for example, and you need to respond to them. You need to have a correct or appropriate response letter. Okay, so what does it mean? You need to clearly discuss all your revisions. Later, I will show you what I did. So this is the most common mistake of the authors. First, they only state the revisions that have been done, not what the revisions were. It's very wrong. Okay, so you need to highlight in your revised paper where the revisions are. What are they? That's why we have line numbers, because when we say that we have revised this part, please refer to line numbers 20 to 35. So it's very easy for the reviewers and the editors to review your revision. So briefly state what was revised and always refer to page and line numbers as what I have said. And in manuscript, highlight the revised text. Is that clear? Okay, because journal editors are very busy. Once they didn't see that, of course, they will get upset and they will not proceed your paper to the reviewers. Okay, now what are the journal editors and reviewers looking for? So usually these are the things. Do you agree or disagree? So if you agree with the reviewer's comments, why did you agree? Or if you disagree, cite reasons also why. Support this agreement with evidence also from previous research, or it's a strong evidence to use previous research from that journal where you published. I have done that in my rebuttal letter. And then what revisions were done? So you have to state new experiments done. If based from the previous comments, the reviewers required you to write or to conduct new experiments and highlight those text and figures, and where can revisions be found. So that is why you have to put line numbers. Can you recall how I illustrated to you the process of putting line numbers and its importance? And you have to have updated figure numbers as well. Okay, I think it's better for me to demonstrate it. So we will proceed with activity file number 4. So if you have your laptop, you can go to activity file number 4, this one, response letter. It's a folder, and let's open these 2 journal articles and wait, and how I did my response letter, this one. Okay, let's start first with my first publication in the social science field. This is how I write my response letter. Okay. The title first, and then response to reviewers' comments. Can you see my screen? I hope everyone can see my screen. And then I have 3 main columns: the reviewers' comments, the response, and then the line numbers. Usually here in the response, you need also to state the context of your response. And let's open another file, the one, the proof of this revision. Okay, wait. This one. You can see it in the folder. This is the revision. And if you can see, there are highlights. And these highlights are actually based from this response letter. Say, for example, like scientific names of this one should be written in full name in the first time. So this is the comment of the reviewer. And I just say all the changes are incorporated in the manuscript. So, and just to refer what line number, like 167 within table 1. So if you see it in your revision, the editors will just trace line 167, something like that. And see that where you put your revisions, this one, table 1, scientific names, full names. Okay, very easy. Another, let's look at where is the method for isolation of plant growth promoting bacteria. So my response is that methods for isolation of bacteria are added in the manuscript. And when I say added in the manuscript, what line number? So the reviewers can refer to this column in line 89 to 88. So if the reviewers will see my revision, they will just refer to line 89, 81, 80 to 98. So see, isolation of bacteria and going to 98. See, these are the things that I added. So I highlighted only the subheading, heading number 3. And then that's it. So this is a tabular form of response letter. Now, let's look at other form of response letter. Okay. Let's see. In the folder again, going back to the folder, you can see this response letter. This is what I call contextual form of response letter. Because it already happened that the reviewer was like, I received a comment like they find it hard to review my paper because I didn't give context of my revision, because I just used the tabular form and sometimes it lacks context. So in this case, I write the editor's comments and my response, and then I give the context, and then I put it which page number and line numbers they can find it. For example, this one, the editor said that I suggest to address this issue to develop a cultural analysis, something like that. So first, you would say that, oh, we appreciate the positive feedback, just to thank the reviewer. And then regarding this comment, we believe that we have addressed this issue in the introduction and discussion. So in the introduction, this one, I underlined, and in the key findings, this one. So this is the context that I mentioned, and then they can find it in this line. So it in the PDF. Go to the folder, and then wait. You can see it here. This is the proof of my revision. So if I am the reviewer and I would like to see which line number, so page 4, line 121 and 131. So I will just go to line 121 to 131. And it's easier for the reviewers to trace. Why? Because I highlighted this one. And this is what the reviewer is talking about, cross-cultural analysis. So I highlighted this one, the extant literature uses TPB as an underlying theory. However, blah, blah, blah. So this is what the reviewer is looking for. And yeah, this revision was accepted already. Okay, let's look at other example. This one, we mentioned also in the key findings. So we have given the context and where can the reviewers find it. It is in page 15 to 16, line 490 to 494. So the reviewers again will just go to these pages, 15 to 16. So wait, where is 15 to 16? Why is my page number like this? Okay, page 15 to 16, and let me just highlight. If you highlighted it, it's easier for the reviewers to find it. Okay, so this one. So anything that the reviewers ask, you can add it as long as if it's still in line with your scope, and highlight it and just write it in a response letter like this, or in a tabular response letter that you have seen a while ago. Okay, so that's how you do response letter. So actually, since I have given you this file, I will not be going explaining each of these responses that I have. So it's your you have the chance to do it by yourself in your free time. So, but the idea is that in writing response letter, you should summarize first what the reviewers' comments are. Okay, this one. What are the reviewers' comments? There are two reviewers, reviewer 1 and reviewer 2 also. So something like that. So you should just summarize the comments on the first column, and then what's your response and where you can find it, or where the reviewer can find it. Okay, there's a comment. What is the difference between this response format with the previous one with a table? How do we know which one we should use? Okay, this is a good question, but I would say that You can use either one of these two. So before, I used to use the tabular format because for me it's easy to understand in a table. But okay, I would like to revise my answer. Like, it depends on the reviewer's comments. If the reviewer's comments would like you to give more context of your responses, then I would say that you can choose this format of a response letter. Why? Because you will state what your revisions were, and very specific also. Okay. In my succeeding response letters, I already use this format, the contextual format, okay, of my response letters. Okay, so I hope I've answered your question. Okay, going back to my presentation. So again, the idea for all of this is like you need to summarize the reviewer's comments. Either it is tabular or contextual form. If you can see this, if you have time to evaluate these response letters of mine, every number I write the comments of the reviewers, this one. And then after that, I also label my response. Like this one. I have to say I feel very tired of the response letter because I previously used a tabular form. So it's tiring for some reviewers. So I have to go back forward between the response letter and the manuscript. I suggest that the authors are not only to summarize what they did, but also need to clarify. So that's what the reviewer said, and I was hurt. So what I did was I just responded that we humbly apologize for the format of our previous response letter. And thank you for pointing out this problem. We followed your suggestion to clarify and present the context of your revision in this new response letter. So that is why I made this contextual response letter. Okay, so I hope that's clear. Okay, going back to my presentation. Now, sometimes the reviewers are not satisfied with our revision, or the editors, even when you first submit your paper, right? The editors feel that your paper does not align with the scope. So it's what we call desk rejection. So your manuscript has been rejected by a journal without being sent out for review. So some of the reasons, it doesn't match with the journal aims and scope. That is why using the journal suggester, you have more chances that your paper will fit to the journal based on the suggestion. But still, you have to evaluate every journal that is being suggested, because you have to make sure that it's in line with the aims and scope of the journal, and make sure that you have the originality in your paper. So sometimes poor language and manuscript presentation, your paper gets rejected by the editor. So I would advise you to submit your paper to an English proofreader, so that you have more chances of being accepted by the editor first. And then some ethical issues, because some journals actually run your paper through plagiarism software like Turnitin, Authenticate, something like that. And it already happened to one of the papers of my advisor, because we were the ones who helped her write. And when I submit the paper, it was just rejected because of some similarity to previous papers. And then simultaneous submission, as what I have said, it's very unethical for a researcher to submit your paper to 5 journals at the same time. Why? Because even though your intention is good, like you want to get your paper published quickly, but it's unethical. Because let's say your papers were considered in these 5 different journals. How are you going to consider the efforts of these editors and reviewers? So you have to submit your paper one at a time. And then flaws in methods and design. This also already happened to me. because according to the reviewers or the editor, the methodology is flawed, something like that. So you have to find another journal. And length and inconsistencies, because some journals are they have word limit. So you need to make sure that your draft is within the word count of the journal. And some inconsistencies. Why? Because I would say that your introduction may not be in line with your methods. The way you present your discussion is not in line with your results, something like that. So that is why I first started this training workshop talking about improving your scientific writing, because we need to have a coherent writing style. So how do I avoid, or how to avoid desk rejection? First is that you can choose the most relevant journal, as what I have shown to you a while ago, using the journal sugester. And then you can structure the manuscript in the recommended format. So that is why in every journal that you choose, you should read the submission guidelines and make sure that you follow the format. When I say format, like how those previous papers do their headings. Okay, let me show you in one of the papers that we used to evaluate a while ago. This one, if the journal follows this kind of formatting, like abstract and introduction, and then materials and methods, you have to separate results and discussion. You should do that, same like that. So to make sure that you really follow the recommended format of the journal and the reference source correctly, because yeah, you should cite correctly, appropriately, and also using the correct citation format of the journal. Okay, this is what I have said a while ago, like ensure a clear problem statement. And problem statement should refer to those things you observe on the field. And problem statement is different from research gap. And how to avoid? You can check for inconsistencies. Okay, so make sure that your writing is coherent based on what I have discussed on the first session. You should have an introduction that is from broad to specific and discussion from specific to broad. And in my case, I used to email the journal editor. So because actually the one that I've shown to you, like the response letter, I know the cover letter I sent to the editor, Miss Dr. Ferraris. Actually, before I do that submission, I emailed the editor because I have been through a lot of rejections. Now I don't want to be rejected again. And I've learned this technique in one of the YouTube videos that I have watched. Like, I didn't know that you can email the editor if the journal fits, if your paper fits the scope of the journal. So once you have the editor, so once the editor will receive your paper in the online system, they will just proceed it to the reviewers. So you cannot be desk rejected. That's my case. Okay, now, this is my mantra. If at first you don't succeed, relax, revise, and resubmit. And I always say it to myself, there are many journals out there that will appreciate and accept your paper. Just like you as a person, right? You mingle with many people and friends, trying to find your true friends. But some of your friends rejected you. But even if most of your friends rejected you, there will always be that one friend that will appreciate you for who you are and appreciate you for what you've got. And the same with submitting our paper. Maybe that the journal that you first considered doesn't really isn't really fit for your paper. So you can find other journals, and until someone or until one editor will appreciate your paper. So that's it. Don't be sad if you don't succeed. And our goal is to get published. So when we get published, we don't just stop onto getting published. We want our paper to get cited. So we can promote our article after publication. You don't have to wait for people to find it, because actually I send it to my colleagues like, oh, my paper got published. And they will ask for the link or even the PDF. I can send it to them. Or you can also present at conferences, because there are some conferences that considers previous papers already published. So you can present it for a wider audience. And you can also interact with other researchers in your field. And they will get interested with your paper, and most likely they will cite your paper. Or you can get collaborations from other universities, something like that. And you can promote your research on social media. You can post it on LinkedIn and Twitter. And you can also do content sharing when available. Okay, there's one comment. How to make a research more implication? Or do you mean more impact or more contributions to the field? Well, I would say this is a broad question, but to answer this question, to make more impact, this is the answer. Like, you need to promote your research after publication. You need to promote it in social media or share it to your colleagues or share it in conferences. And the other thing, if I may revise your question, like how to make our research to have more impact to the field. It depends on how you first conceptualize it, because later on when you write your research paper, you need to think of the contributions it will have to the society, not just theoretically, but practically. So it depends on how you articulate or present it in your article, the contributions of your research paper, both theoretically and practically. Actually, I can show you in one of my publications. Okay, just quickly, like this one, because this is a social science research. The journal wants to have the contributions really of this research being articulated more clearly. So in the discussion part, actually I have, or in the conclusion part, actually I have a specific and dedicated sections for theoretical implication, meaning how does it contribute to the theory that I am using? What does it adds to the literature? And the other one is practical implications, meaning how does it adds contribution to those people in the, for in this case, I am working with community enterprises in Thailand. So how does it contribute? How does it help them to improve their business? For the policymakers, how will it improve them in doing better or suggesting better policies to the government? So this is how I communicate my impact in my research article. Okay, to continue. Okay, let's see some example now, like this one. Springer Nature has shared it. It allows readers to read your article, especially if they don't have access to the article. So full text is freely available, but it cannot be downloaded. It can just be read. Okay, let's say for example, this is from my first publication in the science field. So they can actually download this article if they have journal subscription, but if they don't have, they can access it online. They can just read it online. So in the next slide is the link. Let's, for example, this is the link of my article. So for example, okay, there is one comment. Thank you very much. You're welcome. So say for example, this is my publication and I want it to share to other people. You can share the link, but for those researchers who don't have access to this article, so you can see there is an option for download PDF because KMITL has subscriptions to Springer Nature journals. So when you click PDF or download PDF, it will give you the PDF and you can download it actually. But for those researchers who don't have access, they cannot have this one. Instead, this site will ask them to pay. So the one that I have shown to you is this one. This is a shareable link that you can share also to your colleagues, where they can read your paper online but cannot download it. So let's say, for example, I will open this link to the other tab. So it will actually redirect to the one that I have shown to you a while ago. This one. They can read your paper online. But if the institution have subscription, they can download the PDF also here in this part. So this is very helpful in having your research more access, or giving your research or giving other researchers access to your paper. Okay, so this is it. Actually, you can try it in the link in you can try it in this second link. You can read the full text here. Okay. Oh, I think I'm already done with the second session. Am I talking very fast? Because I'm following the time. I'm strictly following the time. Okay. Okay, do you have any questions so far? You can open your mic now.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Harry, for a very detailed explanation of how to find journal. I'm really interested in journal finders. So what if those who cannot find a suitable journal for your manuscript, what you need to do, just copy your topic, your title, and then your abstract, right? And then just click, and then we will suggest several journals that might fit with your manuscript. So this is really interesting. Okay, so for those who have questions, you may ask Harry directly or drop
Or
it.
you can reserve your questions. Oh, yeah. Miss Tola Heng raised his
Okay,
hand.
yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Harris. I have one question because related to how to review literature. Because in Cambodia, the accessibility is limited and we don't have a kinds of money to buy a good journal article. So what should we do in this case? Because in order to write good paper, we also have to get get those literature reviews. So in case we cannot find a free PDF or cannot access,
Yeah.
so what should we do? Thank
Yeah,
you.
actually, your question is very timely for our next topic. But I will be discussing that the answer of that question and other related to that question in our next session, because the next session is about finding valuable information for your research. So I will share to you here some journals that you can you consider in finding relevant articles for your research. But of course, you need to download articles, right? But not all journal articles can be downloaded. So I will show you some techniques on how to download articles from not open access journals, where to find full text, something like that, so that your literature review will have more substance if you read a lot of article. So I can answer your question in our next topic. Thank you so much. Okay, another question is, do you have any websites on how to download free journals from Springer or other famous journals? Okay, I would like to revise your question. Okay, I will just entertain these last two questions because we have lunch. So on how to download free journals, actually the journal is a broad name. Like, if to be specific, how to download articles from journals. And there are articles that can be downloaded for free, and there are also articles that cannot be downloaded for free. So I will show you later on, aside from Springer, which journals we can consider in downloading articles. And I will show to you how to find full text of these articles that are not free. So my experience. And another question, we can also publish document review paper, right? Yes, we can. So you mean literature review, or like, how to say it? Yeah, there are some papers like we call it literature review. We can also publish that one. It depends on how you present also your problem statement on why you do that literature review. So okay, so I think that's all for this first session, and I will now leave this microphone to the moderator.
Okay, so thank you so much, Harry, and everyone for joining our 2 sessions this morning. And now it is noon already, so we will have a lunch break for 1 hour. So we will start again at 1 p.m. So you may leave the meeting and come back again, or you can just stay in the meeting. That's also fine. So we will meet again at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much. See you this 1 p.m. guys.
Okay. Okay, Harry, you may start with session 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So welcome back for the next session. So I hope that you have followed my first and second sessions, because those 2 sessions will relate to our next 2 sessions also. Sorry. So our next topic is on finding valuable information for your research. So this is related to the question of the last question of the participants about how can we find some articles to be used for our literature review. Yeah, that's very important, because as what I have said, we aim to publish in high impact journals. So given that, we need also to be mindful of our references. We should cite those references also from high impact journals, not from those predatory journals. So for this particular session, I will be talking about some useful research databases that you can use in finding relevant journals and articles. And I will also of the top journal publishers that I consider in writing my papers. And I will show to you quickly some quick tips on importing references. If you are using a referencing software, which I was doing to write faster, and if you have your referencing software, then of course you need to attach your full text. But considering that not all full texts are openly available, I will show to you some of my techniques on how to find full text from those not open access journals. And I will be differentiating also what is the difference between open access and hybrid journals. And of course, the one I always keep mentioning is the predatory journals. So what are they? Okay, so again, we are aiming for publication of our papers in high impact journals, or others say high ranking journals, top tier journals. What does it really mean when we publish in high impact journals? So of course, aside from it is indexed in top research database, it also has high impact factors. And most likely these journals are also cited by most researchers. So we should make our manuscript publication worthy. So aside from the clear scientific message that we want to convey, and which was part of my first session, improving our scientific writing, and aside from the manuscript format that we need to consider in in submitting our manuscript, we should also mind our references, because if you look at our discussion, we support our discussion with previous research, and this previous research should also come from those journals that are reputable. If in that the case you cite otherwise, then that would mean that the way you support your discussion, or the way you ground your methods somewhat questionable when it comes to the reviewers or other researchers in the field. So here I will be sharing to you some of the useful research database that we consider here in research writing. So the very top one, so it's according to rank, as what you can see. First in the rank is the Web of Science database. Actually, I would like to show a demonstration of how to search articles in the Web of Science database, but unfortunately, we do not have access now here in Thailand. And the next one is the SJR, or the Simago Journal and Country Rank. And then the low among these research database, the lowest among this one is the Scopus database. So the very top is the Web of Science database. So when I want to publish my research in Web of Science journals, I also cite most of my articles, most of my references from Web of Science index journals. So I say most because not 100% totally you can cite references from Web of Science journals, because except for those industry data and other documents from the government or reports that you also need to cite in your paper to support your statistics and some background that you need to give context about your topic. So you can also cite those ones. So I just would like to say that most of your references should come from this useful research database, Web of Science, SJR, and Scopus. So for the Web of Science, I would like to show to you how it works, but since we don't have access now, we would skip that one and proceed with the SJR. Okay, so for SJR, actually, remember in our second session, right? Like I shown you how to find journals. Now, not all of the journals there can be, we can say, indexed in Web of Science or SJR or Scopus, because some of those journals, even if it comes from Springer, there are some journals that are just they have their first issue and first volume, so they don't have ranking yet. So that's why we need to check it again in this research database. So say for example, archives in microbiology, the one that we found a while ago, archives in microbiology. We need to look at if this journal is indeed indexed in SJR, so something like that. So we can see that it is found in SJR, and you can also see the ranking in the bottom part. So it's Q2. So the ranking is very important for most journals, because especially if you are studying graduate degree, one of the publication requirements is to publish in SJR at least rank 2 or quartile 2 or quartile 3, something like that, and Web of Science quartile 1 and quartile 2, quartile 3. So you need to consider the ranking of the journals that you have chosen, and you can use this research database that I'm going to show to you. And some of the in the case of master's degree here in KYTL, let's say for example, students should be able to publish in Scopus index journals. So Scopus index journals don't have particular ranking. So if you found a particular journal, you can use the Scopus source website and look at if your chosen journal is indexed in Scopus. Let's say for example, I will find the same journal name, Archives of Microbiology, something like that. So if it's here in the Scopus database, why is it not here? It's not. Okay, Diona. Archives. of microbiology. You need to select it, this one. So here it's in Scopus days, and you can see the citation score, but I think some of these information are not relevant as long as your journal indexed in Scopus. So the same is true with Web of Science, but I cannot demonstrate to you how to search articles in Web of Science now. But I have read, or I receive a Google Drive document showing the list of the journals that are indexed in Web of Science. So you can search for your chosen journal if it's indexed here. So for example, this one. This is for 2022. Because just recently this year, Thailand has lost access for Web of Science, maybe because the Ministry of Education failed to pay. I don't know, something about like that. But that is what one of my friends mentioned. So we don't have access anymore to Web of Science. So if you want to find your journal, just Control F and say, for example, the same journal, archives of microbiology. So actually you can find it here. Yeah, this one. And you can also see the quartile rank. It's Q4. So different database have different quartile ranking also of their journal. So it's Q4 here in the Web of Science database. I can share to you this link in the chat box now, okay, so that you can use it to check if your journals are indexed in Web of Science. Okay. So these are the 3 research database that is very important in finding your references. So when we talk about journal, so we make sure that these journals are in this research database, right? I would like to share also this research database that this is journals that I consider when writing my paper. So of course we have Elsevier, Springer Link or Springer Nature, Emerald Insight, Taylor and Francis Wiley Plus or the Public Library of Science, and the MPDI. MPDI is open access. Some of these journals are a mixture of hybrid, meaning you can publish open access or you can publish subscription based. So if you want to publish in high impact journals, again, most of your references should also come from high impact journal publishers. It is easier to cite their works using referencing software, which is also easier to format your references later on. Rather than if you observe those predatory journals, you cannot find some link on how to cite their articles. So that is one characteristics of predatory journals, which I don't want you to get involved into those kind of journals. Okay. So let's see this top journal publishers that have shared this link and how we can search literature based on the last question of the participant. So let's start with Elsevier. So it depends on your topic. Just go to the homepage of Science Direct, and then okay, actually I use Web of Science most of the time, but since we cannot access Web of Science, this is also an interesting technique that you should know, like how to search in the specific journal publisher itself. Okay, so example, you just type your keyword here, like if you want to determine the impact of COVID-19 on online learning. So just type the keywords like COVID and then online learning, something like that. Actually, there are a lot of results that you can get. You know, estimating students' online learning satisfaction during COVID-19. So different papers, you can actually filter this one into like review articles or research articles. So if you want research articles, it will show only research articles here. And if you want conference proceedings, or if you want to have it in a specific journal from Elsevier, you can filter your results here. And I have mentioned about it's easier to cite. So you can see export option here. So you can export this in your referencing software like EndNote or Mendeley or Zotero. And you can actually export more than one at a time. So like this one, you can just check it and then click export and then RIS. So it will actually go to your downloads folder. And this is our EndNote, right? This is our EndNote. I didn't have anything added yet. So if I click the one that I downloaded, it will appear it here. See, estimating students' online learning satisfaction during COVID-19, blah, blah, blah. And actually, you can find the full text of this one with a feature of EndNote. Like, just click this icon here, meaning to find full text. And if the article is open access, then it will show you the full text. If the article is not open access, it depends if your institution have subscription to this kind of journals, and it will appear, the full text will appear here. So for example, this one, the third one, I hope that you can see it clearly in my screen. Like the preference analysis topic, it automatically find the full text of the article. See, so you don't have to find it individually. See, I can have all the full text of the one that I recently imported from this website from Elsevier or Science Direct. Did you see that? Okay. Now, let's proceed with Springer. The same process actually. Just click the link. This one, going back to my presentation, just click this link, and then each of these journal publishers has their search bar where you can search. For example, the same keyword that we are going to use, like COVID and online learning. You can also use this one, and online learning, something like that, and search it. So the same with the results from the Science Direct or Elsevier. It will show you a lot of results from books to conference proceedings. So you might want to filter it into just article, and you can see different articles here, and you can filter it into the field of social science. Let's say, for example, so see, COVID-19 shocks to education, dealt with sudden shift to distance learning. So you can download this article. If it's open access, you can download immediately the PDF. But if you want to import it to EndNote, you can. So just click the article in this case, and then just click cite this article, and you can download the citation format. So let's try this one. Okay. And it will go to your downloads folder. And then once I click it from the downloads folder, it will transfer here to my EndNote library. And I can find the full text if it's available online. So the same is true with Emerald. So would you like me to run through all of this referencing software, journal publishers? I think we still have time. So Emerald is more on social science research or business research. So you can also cite, or you can search articles here, like for example, COVID and online learning, something like that. These are example. So it will show you some results. Preparedness for online teaching and online learning amid COVID-19 in Kenya. So you can just select which article you would like to download. For example, if you want this one, you can check it, and then this one also, and then download citation. So you can download this one using RIS, and it will show you to your downloads folder. Okay, I would like to show you my downloads folder so that you will believe me. Okay, so this is my downloads folder, and I have downloaded from the Emerald, right? So I will open it one, and it will link directly to my EndNote. So the two articles that we have checked, preparedness of Kenya for online teaching, something like that. And you can search for the PDF, the same as what I have demonstrated you a while ago, and it will search for you the full text if it's available, if it's open access, or if the institution. Or see, you can see immediately the full text of the article without having difficulty in downloading. See, you can see that. Okay. Next is Taylor and Francis. This is also one of the reputed journal publishers. Under Taylor and Francis, there are several journals also. You can also search the same topic if you want from other publishers like COVID and online learning, something like that. And it will show you a lot of results. Like, let's say, for example, engaging learners in emergency transition to online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you think that it's interesting, you can click it already. Or if you want to check the abstract first, so you can read it first so that you won't be downloading some irrelevant articles. So if you think that this is relevant, so you can close it and open and click this checkbox. So high school students' experience of online learning during COVID-19. So you can also check this one if you want to download this one. And of course, download citation. And then for EndNote is always RIS. And then it will go to your downloads folder. This one, the Taylor and Francis. And then you can open it and it will go directly to your referencing software. This one. See? High school students' experience of online learning, blah, blah, blah. And highlight all of this, and then you can find the full text if it's available. And if it depends if the university has a subscription to these journals. So see, for the second article that we have checked, two of them have full text. So you can find it actually, see, you can read faster. High school students experience online learning. So from abstract to introduction, it's very easy if you really have this referencing software. And of course, your references should come from reputed journals. That's why I'm sharing you this one. Okay, there's a question. Can you provide us this Clarivate Analytics software application? It's so helpful. What do you mean? The EndNote? Mr. Johnson, this software application. Okay. Going back to my person.
Yeah, I think he mean EndNote. But actually, EndNote is a licensing software. If
Yes.
you need to subscribe. But there's another referencing software that is free for researcher, and it is called Mandala, right?
Yeah. Very good.
And it works quite the same.
Yeah, perfect. So, Mr. Johnson, actually, this is not free. So you need to pay for the license of this one. But in the case of KMITL, we have subscription. So it depends on where are you connected, what institution are you from. So you can ask if they have subscription to EndNote, and you can have your own version for free. Okay. So I'm showing to the importance of using this referencing software, and the importance of importing references only from reputed journals, because these reputed journals are indexed in top research database like Web of Science, SJR, Scopus, and giving your research more substance in terms of the way you cite or you support your results. Alternative, yeah, this one, Mendeley. But I may not be able to explain to you about how to use Mendeley, or even how to explain clearly this EndNote, because just run quickly about this application. Maybe I would like to make a future training on EndNote soon. And in terms of Mendeley, I think they have similarities, but in terms of commands and the interface, they are different. But I think you can explore it by yourself. Okay, going back to my other research database, we have Wiley. Wiley is also a very important research database. You can also search directly your keywords here, like COVID and online learning, for example. And then see adaptive learning helpful to the fifth classroom in the online environment of COVID. So there are a lot of articles you can search when we talk about COVID nowadays and online learning. So you can export citations if you want. So just click it with which article you like. And then next is select the referencing software that you like or that you are using. So RIS is for EndNote, anything, but if there is a specific stated here EndNote, you have to click this one. And then export it, and it will go to your downloads folder. So let's go to the downloads folder. And is this the one for recalls exported semester, right? Emerald. This one, I think this one. And then open it, and then it will go to your referencing software. No, okay. And then you can highlight it and then search for the full text. So it's very, very easy, really, to use this referencing software, and very easy to import references. See, we already have found full text from one article, adaptive learning helpful to the flipped classroom in the online environment. So you can click it and read it, and actually you can highlight if you want, like if you want to highlight the title like that. Okay, and going back to the presentation is another one, Public Library of Science. This is more for the doing science research, I think, or psychology research. Okay, save changes, don't save. Okay, going back. So you can search articles here, like, let's say for example, the same, COVID and online learning. See, the role of institutional factors and cognitive absorption on students' satisfaction and performance. You can download this, all of this one, the same. So I don't have to repeat the process. And then the last one is MPDI. Okay, it's an open access. So once you import it into your referencing software, you can find the full text easily because it's an open access journal. So just search here your topics, same, COVID and online learning, let's say for example again. Okay, and see, a virtual community for practice. And then you can import it to your referencing software. That's easy as that. So these journal publishers I consider in most of my references. When I cite my methods or I cite support for my discussion, you can search for your articles from these publishers. Okay, so importing references is specific for every article. Although I have already demonstrated that is by group. Let's say for example, this one, you want to import references from Springer, you should always look for this download citation icon with that download, what do you call that icon? And then it will go directly to your downloads folder and open it, and it will add a reference to your EndNote software. And then this one is from the Elsevier journal. So just click cite and you can download the reference to your downloads folder and open it, and it will transfer it to the referencing software. So using a referencing software, actually there are 3 most common referencing software as I know. The first one is Mendeley, the one Norfile mentioned. It's free. I've tried using it, but since I was already accustomed to using EndNote, I didn't bother to learn it again, learn Mendeley, because I think EndNote is more convenient. That is why it is paid. And then Zotero is also free. I've used it during my master's degree time, but there are also some limitations. And then, and in the end, I didn't use it in my master's thesis. I formatted my references manually. So now when I met EndNote, like I think I love EndNote more than these two referencing software. That's in my own opinion. It depends, because some people like Mendeley, like that. So that one, let's talk about the advantages. First is that, as what you can see a while ago, quicker than citing sources manually. And then you can make sure that the referencing is consistent, because once you set the style, for example, the Journal of Archives of Microbiology has a specific style. You can just download the style from the journal, and then all of the references that you have cited will be formatted according to that style. So it's consistent. And then you can switch between different styles. Like, for example, this is what I'm talking to you a while ago. Like, I have been to one rejection to the other. And after rejection, I need to find another journal. So it's easier for me to find another journal and format my paper based on the other journal, because of this referencing software. I will just choose the style based on the new journal that I have chosen. So no need to format manually. And then you can import information automatically from online database, and that is what I have demonstrated to you a while ago. So very, very convenient. So I would advise, if you want EndNote, you can pay for it. If I think it's worth paying for, and it's very useful in your research. Okay, let's see how this works. So importing referencing software, importing references to the software, sample articles. So if you have your computer and you have your laptop and you have your referencing software, let's try to follow my instructions. So first, from Springer Journal, let's say, for example, we will import this one. Okay. I have a lot of folders already, tabs. Okay, this one. As what they have said, you can go to cite this article and then click download citation. And it will download to your folder. And then you go to your downloads folder, and then you can open it. Okay, I don't know where is it now. Citation. I think this one. And then open it, and it will go to your referencing software, and you can find the full text. The same process. The reason why I show you this slide is because different journal publishers have different different way of downloading or importing articles. So let's say, for example, for Elsevier, okay, you just have to click cite, this one, and then select RIS. Okay, so no need to do that again. And then for Emerald, for example, we need to download this one. In the abstract, click download as RIS, for example. Actually, you can just follow it in my slide, because I show here the instruction. In the abstract, click download as RIS. Wait, there is a comment. Hi, some journals don't have that export citation function. What should we do? Yes, that's very good question. So some journals, so you mean, I would say predatory journals. So if that happens, if you want really to cite those kind of journals that don't have export function, you can do it manually. And I've been doing that also for those journals that don't have export function. So that is why, as much as possible, I have always been repeating to you that cite articles from these top journal publishers so that it will be easier for you. Except for those articles that you really want to cite and they don't have export function, you can do it manually. Please show how to download reference styles. Yeah, okay, later on. Yeah. And another one, okay, going back to this one, Emerald. In the abstract, click on this download as RIS, and it will import your article, import the style reference. Sorry, I'm already lost because I have a lot of things in my mind. Okay, going back. How about Taylor and Francis? Just go to click download citation and choose format as RIS. Okay, for example, this one. Okay, this is the document and then journal. So go to download citation and then choose RIS. It's already here because here it's part and note is part. And then it's up to you if you want to include the abstract and the references, but I would like to include the abstract, so I would like to click it and download citation. And then it will go to your downloads folder again, and then you can open it. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Okay, Pia asked, please show how to download reference style. Okay, why not? So when we talk about reference style, it's one of the advantages of using a referencing software, because as what I have said, if you change from one journal to the other, like you've been rejected from one journal and you try to submit to another journal, different journals have different styles. And you can find it here actually. See, there are a lot of journal styles that you can choose. It depends if what journal you are. So example, the International Journal of Agricultural Sustainability, for example, have different style. If I click this one, it will change the format of my style here. Sorry, here. Yeah. So in that case, we can also download the reference style as what Pia said. So how can I do that? Just go to your Google. So Google is very helpful, and go type EndNote output styles. This one. EndNote output styles. Click the first result, and then type the name of the journal where you are publishing. But I cannot guarantee that all journals are here, because it only have referencing style for those high impact journals, like those journals indexed in Clarivate Analytics or Web of Science, SGR, and Scopus. For example, the one that I have published before, Archives of Microbiology. So citation style, and then actually can specify the publisher if it's the Springer, something like that. Okay, if you can find it, just leave it blank and then search for it. And then it will actually show you the output style. See, can you see that? Archives of Microbiology, and you can download it. And save it in your referencing software, and then use it as the style. For example, from this style, from International Journal of Agricultural Sustainability, I have already downloaded the style. So I would just select it, this one, Archives of Microbiology, and it will change the style. It will appear in your references, actually. So, okay, going back to the Microsoft Word. This is what I would like to show to you so that you will believe me. Okay, I would like to open the article again, article to format, this one. So for example, you can actually change the style of this one. If your EndNote is already here in your Microsoft Word, If you want to change the style into like another journal, let's say Asian Journal of Agricultural Biology, it will actually format it into a different style. See? And you don't have to format your references manually. So if you want to go back to the one that we downloaded a while ago, Archives of Microbiology, it will again format your references based on that journal. See, it will show the DOI. But there are some limitations of EndNote, but I will not talk about that. So I will discuss more about the advantages. But just to mention the limitations, that not all of the reference style that you have downloaded, for example, this one, is really the same as what you see in the journal. So you will do some modification. You have to edit the style, and it's very tiring process. But I can share to you next time if we have more time for this EndNote training. Okay. A lot of things to talk about for this session. Going back to my presentation, where to find full text. So take note that full text of open access journals are freely available, but other full texts are not always available. And that happens for subscription journals where you can only see the abstracts, right? So these are some sites that I would recommend on how to find full text. For example, ResearchGate. I suppose all of you have already ResearchGate account, and Google Scholar, of course. And then the other one, which I cannot promote, I can mention the name Sci-Hub, but it's illegal actually. That's why they are facing some cases now in India and other countries, because it's illegal actually to download, because the income from those journals been affected because they made all those articles for free. So I cannot promote that one on how to use it, but I have other option. Most especially that Sci-Hub now, since last year actually, they didn't upload already latest articles. So if you try to search using the DOI of latest articles now in Sci-Hub, you cannot download it anymore. You cannot see it. So there are some techniques that I would like to share. So you can do manual searching in Google, for example. Okay. For example, no, like this one, the first one is, there are two types of full text. One is from open access and the one is from hybrid journals. This first one is from open access. You can download it for free, actually. This one, the one that I've shown to you a while ago from MPDI, you can just download it for free. Just click download PDF because it's an open access, meaning it's open to everyone. And you go to your downloads folder and you can see it's here. You can open it. See? Wait, it's not showing. Yeah, this one. See, you can download it easily because it's open access. And the other one is PLOS Journal. This is another high-ranking journal also. You can download easily the PDF of this one. Just click download PDF. The impact of plant regulators, and you can download it. Okay, however, this is the most exciting part because hybrid journals, they are not freely available if the article is not open access. So what does it mean? Example, this article is not open access. So let me see this example. It's in Elsevier, actually. So see, especially that KMITL does not subscribe to this journal. Can you see this one? KMITL does not subscribe to this content. So you cannot download a PDF of this article, but you can read the full text online. But you cannot download a PDF because Kim Mongkos has no access. So what are we going to do with that? Okay, I will show to you later. Another one, this is from a hybrid journal. See, if you want to access the full text, it will ask you to pay. So that's the problem now, especially that King Mongkos is also not subscribed to this journal. So can you pay $55? I cannot afford, but I can share to you some technique. Okay. Next. So ways to access full text of not open access articles. This is now the technique. So first, you can use ResearchGate. So if you have ResearchGate account, for example, you can see if the PDF version of this journal has been uploaded by the author. So consumer buying behavior and social responsibility, blah, 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 cross-cultural evidence. If you see this article, okay, let's go to the link of this article. Actually, it's not open access. Wait, see, it's not open access because I think you need to pay for this one. See, you cannot download. You need to pay $40. So what technique I can share to you is that you can copy the title of the full text, the title of the article, and then go to your ResearchGate account. Okay, wait for a moment, and then paste it here in the search bar. And actually, you can see if the PDF is available. For example, this one, the same title, right? Consumer buying behavior, cross-cultural evidence. And if you can see, the full text is available. See, consumer buying behavior. So you can proceed with the download. And you can see it in your downloads folder. So now you have the full text already of this article. You see that? So if you go to the website again, you cannot access this one. You should pay $40, but ResearchGate is a useful tool, but not all papers. Just try. So if ResearchGate doesn't work, you can also try Google Scholar, which I will share also later on. So going back to the presentation, this one, you can also request full text from this article. For example, this is the link of the article with no PDF. This one, organic consumers' perceptions of environmental impacts, blah blah blah. You cannot access the full text of this article actually, but you can request PDF from the author. I have tried requesting this one from the author. Say request full text, and you should wait for the author to respond. And in some cases, in most cases, the authors always respond to me and send to me the copy of the article. So that's very helpful. I will show to you later on. Okay, next is Google Scholar, as what I have mentioned. So using Google Scholar, you can search for the article and see if the PDF link is available. For example, this one, consumer buying behavior and social responsibility, blah, blah, blah. Actually, you cannot download this article, as what I have said a while ago, but you can search for the full text of this article. Just copy the title and go to your Google Scholar account. No, sorry. Google Scholar, okay. You can go to your Google Scholar and just search for the title. Okay. Okay, you should go to the articles, not for the so this one, see, and you can see that the PDF has been uploaded by the author in academia. And if you click it, see, you already have the PDF of the article. So instead of this paying for $40, you can use Google Scholar and have the full text of the article. Very easy, right? It's just trial and error. And then going back, you can also do manual searching in Google. You can just search for the article, title, and the PDF. Add PDF after the title and see if the PDF link is available. For example, this title, a causal model of organic food buying behaviors, you can search it in Google, a causal model, something like that. This one, and see if the PDF is available. So actually you can see if there's a PDF on the front, you can just click it and it will show you the PDF of this article actually. And you can download. See, you can download the article. So that's very easy. So in conclusion, there are other ways to find full text. So if you have already tried searching full text using the referencing software, and some of the full text cannot be found, you can use ResearchGate, Google Scholar, or you can also do searching manually on Google. And this skill is very useful since Sci-Hub, as what I have said, has recently stopped uploading latest articles. So this skill is very useful in my opinion. So let me show you some of the researches I received. For example, this one. Do you remember the article that I requested for full text? Organic buyers' perception of environmental impacts of food, blah, blah, blah. So the researcher actually responded to me with personal message. Dear all, I sent to you here the paper. Thank you for your interest. And you can download now the full text. Another one, the article from Taylor and Francis about Chinese kale, microgreens. The author also responded to me, here's the full text for your private use only. So you can download the full text. So what happens now, again, I would like to emphasize that from this one, you cannot download the article because it has a paywall, need to purchase, but you can actually have it for free personally from the author if they will respond to you. So I think it also depends on your ResearchGate profile. You should have a profile that is like more professional and show to you your research, show your research interest and background so that the authors will respond to you promptly. Yeah. Sometimes the authors do not respond. Maybe they are busy also. Okay, now that's it for downloading full text. I hope that you have learned some insights on that part. Now let's proceed about open access and hybrid journals. So because this is very confusing. Actually, the views can differ whether you are the publishing author or the reader. So I would like to explain on that part. So when we say open access, it is when publications are freely available online to all. Hence the name open access, right? So if you are the reader, full texts are freely available to you and no need to purchase the article to read. If you are the publishing author, it means differently about open access. So if you want to publish open access, you need to pay sometimes large amount for you to publish your paper. And the copyright retains to you and the article gets seen by more people. Hence, you can have more citations and more H-index later on. And usually it is chosen by those who has project funds for it. That's what they have said, like their project wants to publish open access. So you can do that if you have budget. Now, journals that are both open access and subscription are called hybrid journals since they have two components. You can publish open access. You can also choose to publish for free without paying, but the collecting part is on the part of the journal. So they will collect the money from the people. That is why for those articles from subscription-based or hybrid journals, they have paywall, the one that you see a while ago, like you need to pay $40. So if you are the reader again, full texts are not freely available. You may need to purchase the article to read, as I have said. And if your institution has subscription, as what you have seen a while ago, like if KMITL have subscription, it can be detected, the full text. You can download the articles for free. And then if you are the publishing author, APC might not be needed to publish because you can choose to publish for free, so you don't need to pay. So I prefer to publish in hybrid journals because open access fee is quite expensive for a beginning researcher. And usually from our research project, we don't have that budget for publishing in open access actually. except if your last resort is to publish in open access. Some open access journals are more lenient in terms of accepting journal articles, and they publish faster than those hybrid journals. So copyright is transferred to the journal. So you are giving all the rights to the journal if you publish for free. And however, article is only by few people because they can only read the abstract and the title. And it is usually chosen by researchers who have no project funds for it. So on the contrary to those open access journals. So let's see some examples of open access journals. Okay, the first one is from MPDI. So I know that you already have seen one example article from MPDI. Okay, I will close these tabs. So this one from MPDI, all of these articles are open access. So if you are the publishing author, you need to pay like 50,000 baht more than, so that you can publish in this journal. Plus one is also open access journal. Okay. So if you are the reader, you can download for free all the articles from here. And the other one is Biomed Research International. This is from Hindawi. Others from Hindawi Publishing, open access. You can download the articles for free here. Some of articles here are about science research. Okay. And I will show to you some hybrid or subscription journals. This example is Plant Biotechnology Journal. It's from Wiley. So if you can see articles here, you need to pay so that you can download. Okay. And then the other one is Journal of Plant Growth Regulation, and all from Springer, others from Springer. Okay. So if you look at the articles here, you need to pay actually. But here, since I am in KMITL, it can be detected that I can just download it for free because KMITL has subscribed to Springer journals. And others from Elsevier. So no need to explain further. Okay. Next is about predatory journals. So have you tried receiving some emails like you are invited to publish from this in this journal, faster publication, but they do not advertise the amount because actually you have to pay for that amount, and it's quite higher. So a predatory journal is a publication that actively asks researchers for manuscripts. They have no peer review system most of the time and no true editorial board actually, and are often found to publish mediocre or even worthless papers. See? So I don't need to explain the definition. And they actually ask for huge publication charges. So how to know if a journal is predatory or not? So the answer is if it's not indexed in those top research database like Web of Science, Scopus, SGR. Because actually you can trust them. If the journals are not indexed anymore, they will remove it in the database. So saving people time in knowing if it's predatory or not. And example, these are some of the emails I received. Like, dear professor, or even when I'm not yet finished with my PhD, they call me dear Dr. Harry, something like that. And I know already that they are predatory journals because I always counter check every email I receive. Like, for example, International Journal of Horticulture and Agriculture, you cannot find it in Web of Science, neither in SGR or Scopus. Cannot find them. Can't find this journal. So it's a predatory journal and really inviting you to publish. And also, one other features are like they have some fancy designs, or they have high impact factor, which is not actually true. If you search for this journal, International Journal of Advances in Engineering and Management, you will actually not find it. See? These are predatory journals. So going back to this slide, to be an effective communicator of your research, you need to have a logical manuscript structure, which I have discussed in the first session, and efficient strategy publication, which I discussed in the second session. And the next part actually is to have a successful journal submission, which is we're going to talk in the next session. So once we achieve already that, we can increase our chances of publication and research impact. So we'll talk about that in our next session. So I think we'll have a break first, or if you have some quick questions, I can entertain at least 2 for now. Am I talking fast, or can you follow my presentation?
Okay. Yeah, I think everybody can catch up with that. So the really interesting part that I've learned from this session is that when you find that one interesting article, that really related to your research, and then you cannot download it because you need to pay. Sometimes what you can do, you may just email the authors and request for full text. And just like Harry had mentioned, and most of the time the author reply and provide him with the full text.
Yeah.
So don't just give up when you find the journal and when you read the abstract and it's really relevant to your research. But when you have to pay, you don't need to go. Just don't give up. Maybe you need to email the authors, and sometimes you can also email the author for their research tool. Like, for example, like they use questionnaire and the topic is quite similar, but you want to apply it with your participant, with your sample, and you want those research tool and you want to adapt it. So you can also email the authors to ask permission to use their research tool for your research.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you just ask, just ask. And for the we call it the fact journal, mostly that fact journal always step up first to you. They like invite you to publish your paper in the journal, and after that they will require you to pay a large amount of money.
Yeah.
So be careful with those kind of email that you get. So first you may need to Google it, because you may not be the only one who got the email, and so just be careful. Do not fall in the trap of those fake journal.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And if you have question, you may ask, or you can drop it in the chat box. So before we proceed to the last session, we should have a 5-minute break. So
Yeah.
we'll meet again at 2:10, right? Okay, so see you again at 2:10, 2 p.m. and 10. I forgot to unmute. Actually, I talk about this one. This is the email that I got 2 days ago, and it is a fake one that they invited me to present in an international conference in Spain, and they said they provide free round trip flight tickets and accommodation. But actually, you need to register and to pay them the money, and after that,
Really?
maybe they just cheat you. This is I got 2 days ago. Fake one.
Those are predatory conferences.
If you fall into the trap, you may pay for the registration fee, and they got your money, and you will not go to Spain for free. Okay, so just relax. And for those who are still here, you may take this time to fill in our evaluation form, and I've sent the link to the chat box.
I would like to request from the participants also for the next session, we need to demonstrate. So I would like to request to create an account.
Okay.
Yeah, using this link in advance, or you can create later. But if you want to do it now, you can do it.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So in the last session, there will be about the demonstration of submit the manuscript, right, to a journal. And if you want to take part in this activity, you may need to register an account. And the link that Harry sent in the chat box, you can check it, and you may register for an account to make the activity process go quicker and smoother.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
Okay, and thank you for those who who fill in the evaluation form. Yeah, I got some response. Thank you. Okay. So Harry, you can continue with the last session.
Okay, thank you so
So,
much.
okay.
Okay, Diana. Wait, how can I close this? Okay, and I will share again my screen. And my presentation. Okay. So I hope that you have followed my previous 3 sessions, because now we will be going to go through the process of submission and publication. And also I will tell you later on how to respond from reviewer and editor comments, and dealing with and avoiding rejections. So I will go through again the process of choosing the journal to submitting your manuscript. So that is why I've shown to you the link, which you can use in the submission process. So if you have time now, you can create your account. That is a sample account that we are going to use as we go through the demo process. Okay. So this is the submission and publication process. So starting from writing your paper, so you need to improve your academic writing style, right? You have learned that in our first session. And now choosing the right journal, I have also discussed about that. And reading submission guidelines and formatting, that is the next thing that you should do, because different journals have different submission guidelines and formatting styles. And then after that, you need to create your account. That is why I have shown to you the link on how to on creating your account. Because you cannot just submit your paper through email or through a website link, but you need to have an account, because in that account is where you can upload your paper. You can see that the process that your paper is going through, like, is it under review, is it still in the editor, something like that. Then submitting the manuscript, acceptance and post acceptance, responding to reviewers' comments, and then submitting the revision. But before we will go this one, responding to reviewers' comments and submitting the revision, we have to deal with reviewer and editor comments first, right? And so part of this presentation is how to deal with rejections and avoiding rejections, which I will share to you later on based on my experience. And again, I would like to show to you the journey of your manuscript. So from you as the author, it will pass to the editor. Remember that your journal cannot be reviewed by the reviewers if the editor doesn't like it or doesn't approve your paper. Like, the editor should consider that this is part of the scope of your paper, of the journal. That is why you need to have a clear cover letter convincing the editor that your paper meets the scope of the journal and that it has a novelty, so that it will be read by the readers of the journal. So this is very important, from choosing the journal to submitting your manuscript. Make sure that it aligns with the scope of your study. Remember this one. And you can go to the journal homepage and see if they publish articles that are similar to your topic. And then you can read carefully the submission guidelines if you have already decided to select this journal. And then you can format your paper according to the journal guidelines. And then after that, from choosing the journal to submitting your manuscript, you should also consider familiarizing first the editorial manager. That is the portal that where we're going to submit a manuscript. And you need to prepare the needed attachments and information, something like that, and recheck if everything is okay before you approve the PDF or the proof of your article. So these are just some of the things that we need to remember first, because after this we'll go to the demo of the submission process. Okay, so now let's see how this works. Okay, now, so this submission process depends on actually on the publisher. So what we are going to what I'm going to show you now is a sample submission process using Springer Nature Journal. Okay, and I've already told you to create an account, so you should go to this link, right? Okay, not that one. That is the old one. This is the new one. Okay, is this the one that I sent to you? I forgot. Okay, it should be the one that I sent to you. 2033. Okay, I think so. So actually, as what I have said, I made this presentation last year, and this is the old online editorial manager that I used to know. But when I reviewed this presentation yesterday, it says, do not submit new submissions on this site because they moved to the new submission site. So which is the one that I sent to you. Okay. So I have already an account. So let's say I log out. So once you already have an account, just log in with the email address that you register, and then enter your password, and then that's it. You already have an account for submitting your paper. So now we will use all the knowledge that we have learned before and starting from preparing the raw manuscript. So let's start first with writing our manuscript. So we will use the submission demo files. Let's go to our Finder, and let's start first with the manuscript file, this one. And then we are going to prepare this, meaning we are going to format it and everything. Okay, so prepare the raw manuscript. You have to open this one. Okay, and the one that I have told you a while ago. So this one is, so for example, you already finished writing your manuscript, right? So what are you going to do is, of course, you have to have the spacing into 1.5 or 2, but for me 1.5 is okay already, except for these affiliations. You can have it as 1, and then you can put line numbers. Okay, go to layout and then continuous line numbers, and then if you can see, there is no compliance statement yet. So this is your manuscript. Let's say that you want to submit to the journal, but you don't know what journal you're going to submit yet. So again, we will go to the journal suggestor that I have shown to you. Okay, this one. So we're going to find the journal for this sample manuscript. So based on this manuscript, you can just copy the abstract. Okay, and then paste it here, and then go back to your manuscript and then copy the title. Okay, and then paste it here and specify the subject area we are in, or this paper particularly is in life sciences, and then suggest journals. So I don't want to refine my recommendations any further. And you try to evaluate the journals that you have seen here in the recommendations, and you can actually refine the recommendations that we have said, but I prefer not to refine it anymore. So say for example, I would like to choose this kind of journal. You need to read it again, the scope and everything about the journal. Okay. So example, this paper talks about blah, blah, blah. So if you feel that your paper is under the scope, then you can select your journal and you can read more of it in the homepage of the journal. Just click this logo of the journal and then it will bring you to the homepage. So you can read more about the journal. Okay. So as what I have said, you can check if they publish the same topic as yours. So actually you can go to the volumes and issues here and you can search articles specific only to this journal. Like say for example, biochemical characteristics. See, oh, there are similar topics. So you already decided that you are going to choose this journal. Okay, so you can go here to submit manuscript, and once you click it here, it will lead you to the account that you have made, this one a while ago. Okay, so considering that you already have read the scope and everything, and you already went to the journal homepage and see if they publish this kind of topic, so you can actually weigh first your decision which journals you are going to choose, like based on the results. I already accepted this one. Okay, based on the result, actually you can weigh your decisions as what I have discussed during the second session, which one is best fit for your journal. You can read specifically in these journals if they publish similar articles until you come up with a decision. So say for example, you have chosen this journal, Archives of Microbiology, you go to the submission guidelines. Okay, so it will assist you in formatting your paper. So read the submission guidelines, and if you can see, the term I described earlier was rigorous, because you need to really follow from authorship policy to title page until tables and everything on how to format your paper. Okay, so you should really read submission guidelines. Don't just take this for granted, because it will guide you in submitting your paper. And another tip is that you can read previous papers on how they are formatted. So let's say for example, our paper here, if you can see, I have put 1 for introduction, 2 for materials and methods, and 2.1 under the subheadings part. But if you check specifically the volumes and issues under this journal, you can check how the articles are being formatted. For example, this one. Just check a random article and see the PDF. And if you can see, there are no numbers for that, for the headings and subheadings. But since you write your article like this, and you know that in the journal, it should not be formatted like this, you have to revise this one. So just remove this, something like that. Okay, just remove these numbers. And after that, that is already your draft manuscript. So I don't have to spend a lot of time for that, because it's here already formatted in the D1 manuscript. So it's here. This is already the manuscript that we are going to submit to the journal. Okay. So if you are going to put numbers in the headings or not, take note of that. Because as what I have said, there are some journals, for example, in Springer, that don't use numbers in headings. Well, for Emerald, that's what I have shown to you this morning, right? Like you have to put numbers in headings. Say, for example, this one. Do you remember? So it actually depends on the journal. Okay. So going back to the website, and you have to format your paper. So you have to reveal the headings and subheadings. So this one, I already have mine, headings and subheadings. The spacing should be 1.5. So you need to put line numbers and headings and subheadings. Then the references citation, actually. Make sure that you follow the citation style of the journal. I mean, when I say citation style, we are used to citing papers like author, comma, years, right? But here, take note that this journal, based on the previous journal, this one, they don't actually use comma after the author. So for example, this one, see? Author, no comma, and year. So you need to follow the referencing style, citation style of that paper. Okay? And then compliance with ethical standards, statements. So if you read the journal guidelines, you can actually see that they want you to disclose if there are no any competing interests. So now I already added that in this article, like compliance with ethical standards. So I just mentioned here that there is no conflict of interest. Okay. And once everything is formatted according to the guidelines, you can now proceed to the next step. Okay. So say for example, I usually have a folder when I try to when I get myself ready in submitting my paper. So this one, this manuscript, draft one, I put it all in a folder. So go to the submission folder, this one. So first, yeah, submission folder. AOMI means Archives of Microbiology, abbreviation. So this is the folder that we are going to use in the submission process. Okay, so assuming you already have an account, go to your account now. So first, you need to select what type of research article you have. Can you off your mic because I am bothered? I'm sorry. Who is that? So I will mute you, Mr. Kek Samnang. Okay. If you want to say something, just unmute quickly and say. Okay. Okay, going back to my slide. So this is the start of our submission. Okay. So first select that what we are going to submit is a research article. And then start submission. You will actually receive a notification that, oh, you are starting a new submission in Archives of Microbiology, blah, blah, blah. Now, I would like you to navigate first this submission portal. You can see that this is the first tab, files, wherein you are going to upload your manuscript files. After that, you put the details about your manuscript and then details about the authors and some declarations, just like you just pledge to them like your paper is not published elsewhere, something like that. There's no conflict of interest. And the last one is you're going to review all that you have input, the information that you have input. Okay, so you need to have this account, proceed using the account created, and you need to register if you don't have an account. So now you have to upload the manuscript. Okay, if you have already familiarized. So, okay, let me navigate first. For the details, what are the things that you should need? Like the abstract, cover letter C, you need to have a cover letter. And the title, of course. The authors, you need information about the email address of your authors. You should have that. And some declarations. So that is what we mean by you have to familiarize or navigate first the submission portal. Okay, going back to the files. So you need to attach your manuscript here now. So go to the folder that get published. Okay, go to the folder and attach your manuscript, the one that we have finalized, this one, in the submission folder, and then click upload. And the good thing about this submission portal is that later on it will detect automatically the abstract, and the title of your manuscript. So you don't have to enter it or paste it manually. So it will take time to process because it will pick up some fields. So now it has already been uploaded. And now there are journals that want you to upload figures and tables separately. So some journals strictly want you to upload that one. If it's optional like this one, you can combine the figures and tables together in your manuscript, just like what I did in this manuscript. So you need to follow the next steps and then click proceed. Okay, so you don't need to upload anything. Then proceed with the next step, which is the details of your paper. So the submission portal will identify the title and abstract automatically. See, you have your title already pasted here. I didn't pasted it here, just the online portal. And then if you want to publish in a specific collection or like a specific issue of a journal you want, but I would choose not to select that one. And then after that, what happened? You should have your cover letter. So you can upload cover letter. I have already prepared the cover letter in this folder, the one submission folder. If you open this one, this is already the folder that I would mean cover letter that we're going to upload. Okay, so it says here that we wish to publish or submit. This work is original. This paper, we show that what blah blah blah, and then we have no conflicts of interest. Actually, you can use this cover letter as a template if you want. That's why I'm giving you the copy of the files. Okay, in the author section, I see there is a corresponding author. Is a corresponding author the same as the first author? Yes, it would mean the same, but sometimes a corresponding author can also not be the same as the first author. It depends. You can be the corresponding author and the first author at the same time also. Okay, this is our cover letter, just to show you. You can use it in your future submissions if you want. Just edit some parts and then upload cover letter. So select this one, cover letter. So it's already uploaded, and now you go to the author's part. Okay, next. You need to, if you need to add institutions, you can add. But since in my paper, if you look at my paper a while ago, wait, did I close it? Okay, I close it. So if you look at my paper, this one, I have already included the institutions, right? King Mungkuts, Phil Rice, Central Luzon State University. Actually, it was already picked up by this submission system. See, this one. And then for the funding, you can type the funding if you want to mention the funding. So for example, it is funded by the grant number, or for this research is funded by Department of Science and Technology, Philippines. You can try to find it here. This one, Philippines. It's not here. I think it's here. Yeah, this one. Department of Science and Technology, Philippines, and then just state the grant ID, like UST 2021, something like that. And you can add a funder. And then after that, you will go to the authors. So you need to fill up the email address of the authors. So for example, that one. And then, oh, by the way, for the funding, I received this funding. So under my name. And also this is my advisor. It should be checked with the funding. And then this one, enter the email address again. Just to make the process faster. So I just put my email address, but you should put the actual email address of the authors. And then this is my advisor. So you need to add the email address. And then if you want to add another author that were not picked up by this system, then you can add. And then this one, you can select the corresponding author. The corresponding author is actually the submitting author. So if you are the submitting author, then have your name as the corresponding author. But even if you are the first author, and if you are not the one who submit this article, let's say for example, Miss Evangelista submitted this article, you can change the corresponding author into a different name. Okay. So mine is the corresponding author. And then this one is the author contribution statement. So you can see it in the folder that I have prepared, this one, info. So just open it. And then I prepared it actually, the author contribution statement just tells what the authors did. Like every author, like from conceptualization, method to analysis, something like that. You can just paste it since I have prepared it already. If you want to use it in your future submissions, you can, feel free. So go back to the site and then paste it. If you don't fill up this one, it will become red, meaning it's important. Okay, so you need to really fill up this one, and then proceed to declarations. Are you sure you want to leave this page? Why? What happened? Okay, I'll just save it. Funding, blah 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 blah. Okay, declarations. So you need to read this one. So to make it faster, just click that you have understood the policy, because you have no choice but to agree. And then competing interests, choose one of the two. So I declare that there are no competing interests, the first one, so check it. And then dual publication, are the results already considered by other publisher? So you can say no. And then authorship, the corresponding author has read the policies. So of course, you need to check this one, is very important. And then after that is, do you have materials from third parties? So you can say no. So meaning materials is owned by the authors. And then review. So you have to check all the attachments that you have from the files, the title, you have to check if it's correct, the abstract and the cover letter, of course, and the author names, you have to check really. And then for the declarations, you have to review if you have checked the appropriate boxes. And then this one is that they want your submission to be available online for other readers to read it also and give comments. But I would choose not to. If you are familiar with the Research Square platform, but you can choose not to publish on, or you can choose not to appear your paper on Research Square. And then, so no, you can select no, okay? And access tools to improve your manuscript. So I understand that my manuscript and associated personal data will be shared, something like that. And then submit your manuscript. No, don't submit. We couldn't. Okay, yeah, very good. We couldn't completely check the following authors. Yeah. I don't want to submit this one because I already submitted this one and it was already published. So just to demonstrate, I use this article. Okay, good thing. So don't click submit na, because it's just for demonstration. Did you click submit, guys? No, don't click submit. So actually, if you review all your information that you have put, you need to check everything. And actually, before, in the previous version of the online submission portal, there is a proof that you need to approve. You need to download a proof and then read it again if everything is okay, and then approve it. So that's it. So did you follow? I'm sorry if I'm very fast. You can unmute quickly. Were you able to follow?
Okay, so this is an example of online submission. Maybe
Yeah, exactly.
you submit in a different journal,
Yeah.
you will see a different interface, but the process is quite similar. What you need
Yes.
to have is that your manuscript following the journal format and prepare for the author information and stuff. So it is quite similar.
Yeah, very good. Perfect. So actually, it depends on the journal publishers, whether it's Elsevier or Wiley or MPDI or PLOS. But in my case, really, I prepare this folder where I put everything like the manuscript and the cover letter, so that later on, if I'm going to upload, it's easy for me to trace what folder I'm going to use, and so that you won't be uploading a wrong file. Okay. And this one also, this author informations, and actually before we are required to suggest reviewers. So some journals require you to suggest reviewers and their email address, affiliation, and the reason why you select them. This was in the previous interface, but now, as what you can see, you don't need to suggest reviewers. Maybe because they find some conflict of interest when it comes to that, because some authors suggest reviewers that are within their institution, something like that. And some author comments, this is a short pitching statement about your paper, like you convince your author very quickly that your paper should be considered for review, something like that. So some journal interface submission might be needing this one, so that's why I also include this. Okay. And then after that, going back to my presentation, I hope that you were able to follow. So I assume you were able to follow. This is what I've said, that you have your proof. You can check the final proof and approve the proof later on after you submitted. But now in the new interface, you just review it in the same website and the same site, and then click submit. So that's it. A lot of things has changed actually. I stopped submitting papers since last March, and a lot of things has changed. So now, what happens after submission of your paper? So this is what happens. So after submission, it will appear as the status of your paper will become new submission until the editor will pick that up. Or some journals have different editors. Like in the case of multidisciplinary journals, they have editors in the field of science, business. So make sure it will be picked up by the, they need to make sure that it will be picked up by the appropriate editor, or the right editor. So once the editor was already assigned to that paper, the editor will use your suggested reviewers, or they will find their own reviewers to review your paper. They will invite the reviewers. And when the reviewers accept the invitation to review, it will become reviewers assigned. So when the reviewers already started reviewing, it will be under review. And then once all the 3 reviewers have finished reviewing your paper, it will put in the status required reviews completed. So after required reviews completed, so you know already the status of your manuscript, and you have to wait for like 2 to 3 days to receive the first decision from the editor. And from the first decision, you will read an email like, our reviewers have advised that your manuscript can be accepted for publication. However, you need to do minor revision or major revision, blah, blah, blah. something like that. So that's the first decision of the manuscript. Sorry. And then after that, you need to revise your paper based on the comments. So you need to resubmit your revision, and then the same process, like the editor will pick that up again and then assign again to the reviewers, and then they will review the paper again, and then until the first revision of your paper will be reviewed completely already by the reviewers. And then once you see that required reviews completed, you need to wait again for 2 to 3 days, and then like wait for the decision of the editor. Okay, by the way, I forgot to mention about the timeline. So from new submission to required reviews completed, actually, it takes at least two months or 3 months at least. Sometimes it takes 5 months. See, you have to wait for that because some reviewers are not full-time reviewers actually. They are also faculty members or researchers or workers in the industry. So that's why publishing our paper is not very quick, except for those open access journals. They aim for faster turnover. So, and usually when the editor sent you an email and then ask you to review your revise your paper, you are actually given 2 months or 3 months to review, to revise. Sorry. So, and actually, you are not required to follow that 3 months, for example. If you finish the revision earlier, the better. Okay. And then you need to submit again. But there are some journals, like for open access journals, one of my colleagues just he was just given like 2 weeks to revise the paper. I don't know. Yeah, it's difficult because in my case, it's really hard for me to revise my paper. So I really maximize the time that they have given me last year. And that time it was lockdown. So I really focused on revising my paper. So when they say 2 months, I really maximize the time and submit the revision. Then the same with the second revision, you need to second decision, you need to wait for like 3 months again from the comments of the reviewers about your revision. Now, if you made a very convincing response letter and if you laid out your revisions very clearly, then it will be faster for the reviewers to review your paper. And again, revision submitted, the same process, it will go back to the editor until all reviews are completed. And hopefully, we aim for our paper to be accepted. Okay, so that's our goal, to be accepted. After all that we've been through from minor or major revision, hopefully we will not be rejected. Okay, now, I always would like to emphasize the journey of our manuscript, okay? Because it's a cycle, or it's a like repeating process from author to editor to reviewer. Then from reviewer back to the editor, and the editor will give you the decision. So our goal is to publish. So I would just like to show to you some of the emails or decisions I received, which really hurt me before. Like my paper was rejected. This one. This paper has the decision of the editor was rejected. Actually, it was just rejected. The reviewer's comments, if you can read it, the reviewer's comments on your work have now been received. They have advised against publication of your work. See, I regret that we will not be able to publish your manuscript. And then they will give you the reviewer's comments. So once they say reject, you cannot revise anymore your paper. So if you receive a major revision comment, just be thankful that the reviewers give you another chance. Okay, so see, this is the editorial manager, and you can see that the status of the paper is rejected immediately by the reviewers. Okay, now let's proceed. And this is the one that I submitted in Archives of Microbiology. So after I got rejected from that journal, I formatted my paper to another journal. So it's faster for me because the output style is there, can be downloaded. So I reformatted my paper based on the journal submission guidelines, and then I submitted it. So here it shows the status of editor assigned. So meaning it's in the editor, and the editor is waiting for the reviewers to accept my manuscript and to review my manuscript, like that. This is how it shows editor assigned. So again, these slides just shows to you like that you can trace the status of your paper in the editorial manager. Just update your editorial manager portal interface, anything like that, from time to time, so that you will know the status of your paper. Okay, another status is that from reviewers assigned, it becomes under review. See, I know it's very small, but you can see it clearly if you want to focus your eyes. So this one is my past or latest publication. So I submitted it on May 27 last year, and then it was on June on the next month. It becomes reviewers assigned. See, and then after that, I've waited for another month for it to become under review. Say I've waited for a lot of days for this manuscript also. So from reviewers assigned, so meaning the reviewers already accepted my to review my manuscript, something like that. Now, this one is about my paper can be accepted, but minor revision. So it's good for me because I don't have to do much to revise my paper. So here, I've just read the email. We have received the reports from our advisor on your manuscript, blah, blah, blah. And based on the advice received, I have decided that your manuscript can be accepted. See, it's a good feeling to be reading this kind of emails before. After you have carried out the corrections as suggested by the reviewers. So they will attach the reviewers' comments, and that was the one that I showed to you a while ago, like how I respond the reviewers' comments. So you are kindly requested to check the website for possible reviewer attachments, blah blah blah. So the comment is that please polish the list of references, as some journal names are abbreviated and others are not. So it says abbreviate all. Oh, see, just minor comments. It's not just about the references. Because I already revised this paper like one time before, okay, already. And this one is like major revision. It's hard to read emails about major revision, but at least your paper has a chance to get accepted. So, for example, this was last 2 years ago. It says that based on the advice, I have decided that your manuscript can be accepted. See, after you have carried out the corrections as suggested by the reviewers. So please prepare a response address each of the reviewers' concerns. Please also highlight all changes made in the revised manuscript. That is how you should do your response to the reviewer. Okay, so it's a good feeling to receive this kind of email that your paper can be accepted, blah blah blah, even if with major revisions, because it means that they see merit on your paper. It can be published in the journal, and once you carried out the revisions required, you can be published. Okay, this one is the decision accept, as what you can see in the editorial manager. So from time to time, if you check your editorial manager and you see this one that it's accepted, so it's a good feeling also. Final decision accept. This was the paper that was rejected many times by previous journals. And what's amazing is that those papers who rejected my papers, those journals who rejected my papers have lower impact factor. than this one who accepted my paper. See, no matter how many times you get rejected, there will always be that one journal that will accept your paper. And it's the best for you, because maybe you were not accepted to the previous journals because they are not the best for your paper. Okay, so like that. Another thing is that this is the decision. It's good to receive this kind of emails also, like finally accepted. This one has been accepted for publication. See, I was very happy when I received this one. And then this one also 2 years ago, your manuscript has been accepted for publication. You will receive an email about the production process. So my manuscript will now be formatted based on the actual journal format. And this one, another one is another acceptance letter I received. This is from my first PhD publication. So I was also very happy when I received this one, because it's very important for me during that time for me to finish my PhD. So when I received this one, it is a pleasure to accept your manuscript, blah, blah, blah. So I was very happy. And then this one, 1 month after, I received another acceptance letter of my second publication, because that time I was just, actually I feel pressure, but my strategy was that write more papers so that more chances of getting published. Because we just only aim for one journal publication to finish PhD in Web of Science Q1 and Q2 or Q3. So my style was, I just want to write more papers so that more chances of getting published. And I didn't expect that immediately the second paper that I have written will get accepted. So yeah, it was accepted in another Emerald journal. So I was also happy. It's indexed in SJR Q2. And after acceptance of your manuscript, what will happen is that you will receive actually an email from the editorial staff that they have already formatted your manuscript, and we call it uncorrected proof. So they will send you this uncorrected proof, and you're going to check if the information, the author details, anything, or if there are other things that you would like to, if there are minor things that you would like to change, you still have time to change it here. But make sure that it will not compromise the overall quality, because your paper was already published. So when we talk about proof, just minor things that you would like to change in the published article. This one, they will send you this proof, and you will send it back to them like after 3 days. Okay, going back. Actually, that process that I went through from learning how to write to submitting my paper to getting published, I may call it was not easy for me, but because of my experience, like I really immersed myself into reading a lot of journal articles related to my topic, and then sometimes I cannot sleep actually, and I wake up early in the morning and I have nothing to do. My mind was very active. So what I do is that I open my computer, I read, and it really helped, because every time I read a journal article, I can pick up some information that, or lines that I can use in my draft. And just don't give up on writing your paper and revising your paper, because eventually you will go to that acceptance part of your manuscript. So writing your paper, to responding reviewers' comments, and submitting revision. This is one of the hardest parts, dealing with rejections and avoiding rejections. So I don't want you to experience rejection as much as possible. We want to avoid rejections. So I would like to share to you on the next part how to respond to reviewers' comments. So these are the things that are important. Okay. So first, you will be overwhelmed by a lot of comments. Take note of that. And then just relax first. Actually, once you receive the email from the editor, like you are not obliged to do it immediately, because if you are actually given 2 months to revise it. Let's say, for example, this one, it was sent on March, but the editor said, I'm looking forward to receiving your revised manuscript before May 23, April, May. So see, I was given 2 months to revise my manuscript. So maximize that 2 months if you are not in a hurry to get your paper published, because actually that 2 months is enough for you to improve the quality of your paper. If you work faster, if you submit it like after 2 weeks, maybe the quality of your revision will be compromised. So take time to absorb all the comments and plan out your response. Yeah, it's easier said than done, because yeah, during that time it was not easy also for me, because COVID pandemic, lockdown, I didn't have the chance to go out actually. So I need to stay in my apartment and focus on this revision. So what I did was that I just take it one step at a time. And although it's hard for me to read the reviewers' comments, I really take time to absorb it, even if how hurtful some of the comments are. And what I did was that outline them, which one is easy to do, which one is difficult. This is what I did. Like, there are some comments that are very easy. So, okay, I'll check this one. Okay, I can do this. While for those comments of the reviewers that is difficult, or like it will take time for you to do this one, like adding a specific section. So you need to read a lot of new articles again to support your hypothesis, to support your discussion. So if you meet this kind of comments, you need to outline what are the specific tasks that you need to do. Like, okay, I need to download articles, I need to read, I need to incorporate it to my new draft, something like that. Just maximize the time. Don't force yourself too much, because you are given actually enough time to revise your paper. And then after that, make a good response letter. So see response letter from sample in folder files. So I have a sample response letter, the one actually that I explained to you before. So there are actually response letter that I have shown to you here in the activity files, number 4, response letter. So make a good response letter, or if you want to make it best, make it best. And since you are responding to the reviewer, right, you should keep in mind that are their comments really in line with the scope of your paper? If not, then you can send a rebuttal letter. Okay, that's what I did, because in one of my papers, the reviewer asked me to do another experiment, but it is not actually part of the objective, the scope of my paper. So I made a response letter like, dear editor, and it is out of the scope of the paper. And then I have seen that other articles in the same journal do not do actually the molecular characterization of the isolates, which was the one being requested to me by the editor. So I said that I think my paper is still acceptable, because other articles also in your journal do this, something like that. So I will show you later on, actually. So this is the first decision. And then I made a response letter. So I have shown you this one a while ago, right? Like, it works in science publications, science journals, like tabular form of response letter. For example, the reviewer said that add 1 to 2 lines indicating towards methodology and quantification of characteristics and inoculation effects on seedlings. So see, and I stated here what line numbers my revisions were. And then I also added more context to my response. Like the first sentences of the abstract were improved to suit the title and the suggested additions. Because once the reviewers ask you to add this particular sentence or lines, it will affect the context of the other previous and lines after. So that's why I stated here that they were improved to suit with the suggested additions. So I stated here that presents the background of the study, and then the next line prescribes the purpose of the study, and then methodology, and then results, and then contribution. So see how I really dissect every part of my abstract, and I say it here like this is highlighted in blue, highlighted in red, highlighted in green, something like that. This is from my first revision of the paper, and I indicated it what line number. So that is how you write response letter. So in your actual response, in your actual revised manuscript, you should show this one, so that the reviewers can easily trace your revisions. Okay, this one is like a second decision about my manuscript. Like this is the one that I have mentioned a while ago, that the editor is asking me to conduct another experiment. So the editor says, before isolates, only 2 were affiliated to species based on biolog kits. And he said further, to bring the manuscript to the modern site of microbiology, I ask you to provide a molecular identification, preferably on a 16S RNA gene sequence. So I was shocked when I received this comment, because during the first decision, it was actually a minor one comment. And I was able to address those minor comments. But now in the second decision, the editor said, oh, you need to add another experiment. So I really questioned the decision of the editor, because from minor, it becomes a major one, because I need to conduct a new experiment. So what I did was I made a rebuttal letter. So this very long rebuttal letter I made to convince the editor to publish my paper. Because actually, I have already addressed, that's what I've said, I have already addressed all the reviewers' comments in the first decision. And then immediately, all of a sudden, the editor wants me to add a new experiment. So in this case, like what I put in my rebuttal letter is that, first, I thank the reviewers and the editors, and then I said it here like, we believe that we have satisfactorily addressed all the issues and concerns, and so we presented a rebuttal to your last comment. So that's what I said to the editor. So I introduced first what was his last comment about. So it says here, you have raised an important point to provide a molecular identification of our isolates. However, we believe that this would be outside our paper scope, I said, because our paper's main objective is to evaluate the biochemical characteristics and the effectiveness of the isolates in enhancing the seedling growth of upland rice. So I already stated here the contributions. So this study contributes to the literature by providing valuable information for assessing the mechanisms behind growth promotion through PGPR inoculation. And then I added support to this rebuttal letter. I said here, we believe that the use of biolog, which is the method that I use in identifying my isolates, my bacteria, we believe that this is still relevant and widely used in modern microbiology. And I cited some studies from the same journal. This is the same journal that I submitted my paper, Archives of Microbiology. So I submitted this. I cited these papers, and also we acknowledge this as a limitation. However, we have mentioned that this we have mentioned this as an area for further research, and several recent recent papers also have this limitation that are considered in archives of microbiology. So what I'm saying is that why are you considering these research papers who didn't even do molecular analysis? So why are you questioning the quality of my paper, whereas in your previous papers you published those that didn't do molecular analysis, something like that? Just would like to raise my point. So I have cited those articles that uh, that is similar to my study. So, and again, I thank you for giving us the opportunity to strengthen our manuscript. And then you should have that statement that will convince the editor. So let's say here, like, we have worked hard to incorporate your feedback based on our paper scope and hope that this rebuttal letter will persuade you to accept our submission. So see, when I made this rebuttal letter, I was hesitant to submit it because am I doing it right? But before I construct this one, I searched also some sample rebuttal letters over the internet, and I think it is polite. So yeah, so I sent it, and then like 2 days after, I received an email, and the editor said, if you can read it. I read the rebuttal letter and agree with your explanations. See, please send back the manuscript and it will be accepted. So I was happy when I received this reply from the editor. And then, however, the editor added another statement like, however, please consider the molecular approach in preparing subsequent manuscript. So see, he still insists that I should do molecular approach, but in the next manuscript already, not in this current manuscript, because I think I was able to convince the editor that this manuscript deserves to be published in their journal, because similar articles are also using the same method as mine. So that's it. You need to convince the editor and make sure that you are doing it politely. Do not be too proud of your article, but if you want to rebut the editor's comments or the reviewer's comments, you should do it politely. Okay. So this one are other types of response letter. Okay, I have already shared it a while ago, but I just would like to say here that some reviewers might want you to provide the context of your response. So you can read it here. Like the editor said, I feel very tired to read the response letter. Yeah, and he has some suggestions, like to give the context of what I am revising. So that is why I shifted to the contextual form of response letter on my succeeding journal submissions. And I think it works both for social science and science, pure science research. So I made this one. So actually you can see my sample response letters in the folders that I have given to you. So you can see how I respond to the reviewer's comments and using this contextual form rather than the tabular form. Okay. I think I have said too much. Do you have questions so far? Sorry. Do you have questions so far?
So for those who have questions, you can ask.
Yeah, wait.
So far, actually, it looked quite confusing, and there are a lot of work in order to get one manuscript published. But this is maybe only for like high impact journal. But for those like, for example, like Q3 or Q4, maybe the process is not really this hard, right? If I guess correctly. Or it's all the same.
I would say it depends. But yeah, there are some journals that are very relaxed, not so strict. But there are also journals like those high impact journals. They're really strict in giving comments
Okay.
If you can chat your questions in the box, if there are any questions. If are you still there? Are you still there, audience? How about Mr. Tarak Chan or Miss Tolahing? I want you to ask some questions so that I would know if
Hello,
I,
Harry.
yeah.
Actually, I'm with you, but because I have no experience about applying, so I don't know how to ask questions. Just listen for your presentation.
Okay.
That's why I am registered with this course because I have never published. So only research thesis that I used to conduct and wrote about. So for this one, is new for me.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
why I
hope
have
that,
no question.
yeah, it's okay.
But actually, I have learned a lot from you.
Thank you so much. Because we are now on the part of like responding to reviewers' comments, because our goal is to get published, right? We have to convince the reviewer and the editor that our paper really deserves to get published, because we have done a lot from conducting our research to writing our paper. And are you gonna give up with all those things that you have experienced? So you need to really convince the editors and the reviewers if you believe that your paper is strong enough to get published.
So, do you have any kinds of criteria related to our research article in order for a reviewer and editor to, I mean, what kinds of criteria that we should add? I
What
mean,
do you mean
specific
criteria?
criteria for a good research article when the reviewer and editor will would like to read or something like that.
Criteria.
I mean, beside the the outline of writing a research article, is there any specific or special criteria when for editor or reviewer to take a glance on it?
Mm. Okay. I think I have covered that in my previous discussions. Like first, you should follow the journal guidelines, and you should read the previous articles from that journal. And because actually when the editors and reviewers review your paper, they actually focus on the content already, the scientific content of your paper, and the contribution, how you did the methods in your experiment. So that is how they judge your paper. So if I would answer your question like criteria, I think you should have a stronger methods, and you should be able to support your discussion your from your results strongly, also based from previous literature. So it all boils down to the method, because if the methods that you have done is like not so strong, not so robust, then that would um uh somehow question that the reviewer would somehow question the quality of your paper. Yes, Pia, do you have a question?
Excuse me, to add more on your answers. So you mean a strong research method, right? So in this case, it means we have to control more. We have less study limitation, right?
Yeah. Again, can you repeat your question? About study limitation.
I mean, in case we in case we conduct a research, but we cannot control much, and with the result, we have a lot of study limitation to state with the reason behind. So is it acceptable or is it
Yes.
acceptable?
Yeah, it's acceptable to mention our limitations of the study, because in every journal article, even my previously published papers, I always mention that there are areas for future research. There are some limitations of this study. So make sure that you should be able to mention that, because it all boils down to what your study's objective is. Should focus on your objective, and whatever that is beyond the scope of your study's objective, you can mention it as part of the limitations of your study for future research. I always do that in my study as well.
But in case we have more study limitation, is that still okay?
I think it's not
Because
okay.
it means we during the process of conducting our research, we cannot control much, right?
Yeah.
We have more study limitation. But sometimes I don't want to have that limitation, but because I don't really know how which part I should control at the beginning of the research, that's why the construction of the research is have more study limitation. So do you have any suggestion for to avoid study limitation or to better construct our research?
Okay.
When we
So
have
talk about your question. So you need to go back to where you are actually starting your research. Starting from the proposal, right? So in your proposal or in your research outline, you could have already planned it carefully from the methods that you're going to use, the participants, the experiments that you are going to do, the framework that is based of your study. So you should plot it clearly to avoid some I would say, based on what I understand your questions, like um, there are things that you cannot do in your experiment, so that's why you put it as a limitation. So I think it's best to really come up with a solid proposal first before doing the experiment. Because if you have a solid proposal, then it will avoid having that too much limitation of your study. And sometimes don't be too honest to state all the limitations of your study. You can just mention at least 2 or 3 limitations of your study on the later part of your conclusion, because it's understood that no study is perfect. But as long as the majority part of your study is focusing on the what the intended objective of your study is, then I think your study is good to go. So don't be too honest in stating all the limitations, because that's normal. All studies have limitations. But if you have a strong foundation, since the research proposal to conducting your research, then you can avoid those limitations.
excuse me, may I have one more question? In case my study is about quasi experimental research design, and because of the time constraint, I cannot put intervention longer. So the result, I mean, I access one skill and the result has only one skill, which have significant difference between post-test and pre-test. So in this case, according to the result, can we publish the paper? Because the study limitation in this case is the intervention is too short, just only 2 hours. And because of the data collection took place around 1 month only, and I have to collect the data for different places. So within 1 month.
Okay. Talking about the time constraint, something like that. actually the editors don't want to receive that kind of reasoning, because I already tried to reason out that kind of reasoning, like when they asked me to perform additional experiment from my previous journal, like I said that time constraint and lack of funds, these are not valid reasons actually when you reason out to the editor. So in your case, it's also not valid for me to, I cannot accept that reason when you say that time constraint, because you can always do something for your research, because some students even extended for another semesters or years to really finish and achieve their goal. or or if you want to fit your study based on the time frame, as what I have said, you can always go back to your proposal and adjust your research design, that it will make sure that even if there is time limitation, what you gathered is still relevant. And also it also depends on the methods and the analysis that we use. If it's strong or robust, then even if you have limited data, then I think you can still do something about it to get published. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Harry.
You're welcome. I hope I answered your question. Actually, I was not yet finished, but just to break the presentation. So I would like to continue on this, I think, last part, dealing and avoiding rejections. So I would like to avoid rejections. But if you meet rejections, don't be sad, because there are many journals out there, I always said to myself, and to my friends also, like to those of my friends who always get rejected. I also feel them, because it's okay, and it's hard, but we need to move on quickly. Why? Because we need to publish quickly. So we need to move on quickly also. So it's not easy to move on quickly, but we have no choice. We chose this path. Elena. Okay. Okay. So how are we going to avoid manuscript rejections? So when you get rejections, ask yourself, why is your paper been rejected? And in my case, most of my papers get rejected because it is out of the journal scope. So even if I'm confident enough that, oh, this journal fits to my paper, sometimes I would say that sometimes I get rejection still, that it's out of the journal scope. And other is that it is poorly written. So when I receive this comment, oh, I lose confidence in myself again, because I thought I have written it very well, but when the editor said, oh, it's poorly written, I feel sad. But what I do is that I use that comment to improve myself. I move on quickly and then I improve myself. So what to do is to improve your paper, and no matter how hurtful they are, you can incorporate those past reviews. And also let your other colleagues read and comment about your paper, especially those colleagues that are of the same field or they have experience working on this kind of research. And also you can choose the more appropriate journal this time using the journal suggestor. Actually, before I received a lot of rejections, I didn't know the journal suggestor. But when I used the journal suggestor, I have experienced like I'm choosing the more appropriate journal, and this time it saves me time to get rejected. And also you can email the editor before you submit. This is what I did. So I have shared to you a while ago, right? Like for my first PhD publication, I have been rejected 3 or 4 times. And then I said to myself, how can I avoid this rejection? It always makes me sad if ever I receive a rejection email. And during that time, luckily I have watched in YouTube, like you can email the editor. So I use this technique. So I emailed the editor. I hope that you can read this one. So it says that I introduce myself, and then it's like submitting a cover letter, but this time not to the journal. I submitted it to the editor first, because the editor is the one who screens the paper. And if they think that the paper can be admitted for review, then you can pass and go to the review part. So this is what I did. Like, oh, what if I email the editor? And fortunately, I received a reply from the editor. Like, I assume that your article fits very well to the journal, but the editor has some more comments like, please put effort in delivering good and interesting theoretical contributions. This is very important in the field of social science research. So please inform me when you submit your paper. See, the editor really is interested about my paper, and encouraged me to improve more my paper. So that's what I did. So after I received a lot of rejections, uh, when I submitted my paper to this one, I waited for like 3 months, March or 2 months, and then I received comments. Although it's major revision, I was still happy that my paper has a chance to get accepted. So that's it. I was able to avoid rejections because I emailed the editor. And these are the sample rejections I received from previous submissions. I was still in the Philippines during this time. These are my publications from. These are the papers from my master's thesis. So the first one here, based on the findings, so the editor said, I regret to inform you that your manuscript will not be considered. So see, during this time, I almost give up on publishing my master's thesis. And then also this time, I received this email like, the reviewer comments in the bottom, I regret to inform you that the reviewers have raised serious concerns. See, and therefore your paper cannot be accepted. It was really sad reading this one. And then another one is that you will see that they are advising against publication of your work. Therefore, I must reject it. See, it's so hard for me to accept this kind of emails. But I think it's part of the process. Like before you reach success, you need to fall down, but you should stand up after you fall down. So again, this is the journey of your manuscript. Remember that before it passes to the reviewer, it should pass the editor. So that's why I emailed the editor, so that when the editor detected my paper in the system, it's already automatic for review. No need for the editor to reject it or to spend more time reading it. So it saves time, actually. So to reviewer, to back to the editor will advise on about your paper, revise your manuscript, something like that, make decision. So make sure that the decision should be accepted and not this one. So it's very crucial in the editor part. That's why also I've taught you about cover letters, because cover letters are also like convincing factor to the editor. And you can also use that cover letter in your email to the editor. Like it's the email to the editor is like a cover letter also, but directly to the editor. So that's it. Like to avoid rejections, you need to know why your paper has been rejected and improve your paper. Do not spend time being sad, or like, because it also happens to me most of the time. Like when I was still in the Philippines, because I didn't know some techniques. So when I learned about this and I keep on publishing, oh, um, this is something to be shared. So that's why I made this presentation when one of my friends asked me, oh, you need to share your experience. So I'm here to share this to you, and I hope that you have learned. And so I think I have some additional slides, which I would just like to read because it's self explanatory. It's about 8 things every overthinker needs to know as soon as possible. So the problem is rarely the problem. So 99% of the harm is caused in your head by you and your thoughts. And 1% of the harm is caused by reality, what actually happens and the outcome. And most of the time, the problem isn't the problem. The way you think about the problem is the problem. Okay, so I know that most of you get it. And sometimes this I also do, I do self-rejection. But I have learned through the years that I should not self-reject myself. Don't, whenever you think of that, like, don't think you deserve that opportunity, just apply it. If you write it to your journal, if you think like your journal or your paper is not good enough, okay, just submit it as long as it fits the journal scope. Don't think your article is good enough, publish it anyway. Don't think the reply to your email, send it anyways. Never overthink yourself into self-rejection. Yeah, and it was very helpful to me because whenever I want to send email to the editors or to other journals, I always ask myself, do I need to send this email? Will I receive a reply? Something like that. Yeah. But I have done it. If you failed, if you try and failed, at least think that at least you've tried. It's very important. And silence and time. The truth is most problems aren't solved with more thinking. They're solved with less. You'll find most of the answers you're looking for in silence, in time band, with a clear mind. If you can solve a problem, stop trying to. And the fourth one is an important question. When you start criticizing yourself for past mistakes or seeing disaster around every corner, ask yourself, is there anything I can do right now to change the past or positively influence the future? If the answer is yes, do it. Um, if the answer is no, be at peace, let it go. You have to take action or let it go. Everything else is self-harm, right? Okay. Next.
Hello, sir. Hello, teacher. Excuse me, teacher. Now I'm busy. I'm driving the car to my grandmother. So I'm leave first. Thank you for everything. I'm driving a car. So I'm going to my grandmother. So I'm leave first. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
I'll send it to you via email.
Yeah, I also read some questions. May I have the recording and the slide? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you so much. You're welcome. Okay. So just would like to read the facts. Fact check your own thoughts because sometimes we are overthinking, and acceptance is at peace. And this is very helpful when you get some rejections. Although rejections and acceptance are opposite words. When you get rejections, just accept it and move on quickly. That's it. And health starts in your mind. Yeah, because sometimes thinking too much isn't healthy anymore to our mental health. So I share this because it relates to journal submission because most of the time I experience rejections, and looking back, I was so proud of myself that I was able to publish 2 articles for my master's thesis, and I was able to meet more than the requirements for my PhD. Like I published 3 papers, and I said to myself, oh, how did I achieve it? And looking back, I struggled at first, but I didn't give up, and I know that we can all make it in the future. So thank you so much for manuscript and journal submission questions. You can write to me in my email. So now is the time for the Q&A. So we finished 20 minutes earlier. Okay. I will stop sharing my presentation. Thank you so much, everyone. If you have questions, feel free to ask me now. And if I know the answer, then I would be happy to share to you.
So we still have time left. So and
Yeah.
if is there anybody who have questions, you can ask directly or drop it in the chat box.
Yeah, you can just chat it.
Okay. So okay, so let's just me ask you one question, just asking for opinion. For the young researcher, or I mean new researcher, do you recommend them to go directly for the high impact journals or start from the low impact journals first? I mean the new researcher in the field.
Okay. That's a quite hard question. But I think you can try directly to high impact journals. But it depends on the requirement. Like, let's say, for example, you are required to publish in SJR. Like, if the minimum requirement is like SJRQ2, then just go for the minimum first. But still, it is in high impact journal. And don't be afraid to try directly also to other high impact journals, because at least it will give you experience if you failed, you tried. But I think given now that you have heard some insights from my workshop, then I think you cannot be considered anymore a beginner, because you can apply the ones that I've shared, so that you can improve. So now you now have the chance to improve. For those beginner researchers, you cannot have the chance to improve your papers. Actually, I don't have this information before when I started doing research. So I am happy to share this one to the beginner researchers.
Okay, yeah. That's just like what you say, if your faculty require you to publish your article in a particular journal with a particular impact factor, you need to follow that. But you can also try the minimum one first if you are new, because the process will be less painful. like what you have been said. Okay.
Actually, if you want to publish in high impact journals, start first with a minimum, but like SJRQ4 or Scopus Index journals. I think it's a good start.
Okay.
Scopus Index journals.
So from the audience, do you have any question? Maybe question for session 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, any questions or any other question relating to publication?
Yeah.
Not just what we have covered in these 4 sessions. Just it can be any.
Yeah, and if other things that I was not able to discuss or share, you can ask to me about it. Don't be shy.
Or so okay, I have another questions about procrastination. Because yeah, that's what one of my major obstacle to block me from finishing the work. I always procrastinate doing research, doing stuff. I just leave it until the last hour. So do you have any tips for me and for the other who are here to get over procrastination? Like any tip? Because I always procrastinate, honestly.
Yeah.
To write.
Me too. I always procrastinate. But how would I answer this one? Because I'm also a procrastinator, but
Okay.
when I procrastinate, I make sure that my tasks are already outlined. And if I have so much time to do the task, I break it up into smaller tasks. How would I give an example? Okay, I will go back to my PhD experience. Like I really put a note in front of my table. Like my priorities are first is PhD position, second is write your thesis, and then third is to learn Thai. part of my priorities. I have 3 priorities. First PhD publication. I forgot my second. Is it about my thesis? Yeah, I think first PhD publication, then thesis, write your thesis, and then learn Thai. So all of my activities are just in line with these 3 priorities. So if there are other activities that would like to add, I can say no. So what does it mean by having these priorities? Like, for example, in achieving my first PhD publication, I break it up into smaller tasks. Like, what are the things that I need to do to achieve this first PhD publication? So I have mentioned a while ago that I write more papers as much as possible so that more chances of publishing. And then every day I read journal articles because it is a mark that you have read a lot of literature to support your study. And then so each of those priorities can be broken down into smaller tasks. And usually there are deadlines. So this is where I can avoid procrastination because if the deadline is like far, as long as I know that I'm on track, because I have broken the activities into smaller parts. How to say this one? I am confident if I'm not doing anything. Actually, during that time when I was revising my paper, I also have time to watch movies and Netflix, something like that, because I know that I'm on track and I have listed down my task. And say for example for today, my task is just to write 2 paragraphs for my introduction. If I achieve that already, I will not work and I will watch Netflix already. So and I will do other tasks like learning Thai, something like that. So that's it. Like okay, this is what I did. Like I don't have a clear answer. So I break my larger task into smaller tasks. And I will use again another example, like in revising my thesis, in revising my publications. I have, since I was given 2 months, I just maximize the time. When I say maximize the time, I didn't really pressure myself in writing as fast as I can because I have 2 months to revise my paper. And so like my goal was, okay, I will do it step by step. Today I will write 2 sentences for my methodology, something like that. Because I make sure you have some small manageable tasks. And if you accomplish it, you can stop doing anything. But if still have more energy to do, you can do more. But in my case, since I don't want to stress myself, I can do other things already. So that's it. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you did. Thank you so much. And actually, in the chat box, there are 2 questions. The first one is from Tida, and it's about sampling techniques.
I'm not a statistician. Wait.
Okay, so can you please briefly differentiate between random sampling and non-random sampling.
God. Do I need to answer this one?
Yeah, you can try.
Okay, I will Google because I want my answers to be more accurate. But since you asked me, I can also ask Google. So, non-random sampling is a sampling technique where the sample selection is based on factors other than just random. I think I'm not the one to best explain this one because, but I'll try. Okay. So
Yeah.
a representative sample is a group or set chosen from a larger statistical population according to the characteristics. Where is the answer?
So actually, there are different kind of sampling techniques that you can use, and that is based on your design and based on your what do we say, like the sample, your targeted sample, for mostly for survey research. If you conduct a large scale survey research, there have to be a random sampling.
Because these are very broad questions. Like random sampling, there are
different
types of random sampling.
Yeah.
And non-random sampling, there are also other types of non-random sampling. So for example, random sampling can be simple, just chosen from a random population. There are also random sampling that is systematic, like you rank the population or order them, and you get from different rank, so stratified. While non-random sampling, you don't actually have wait, I'll open this one. Non-random sampling, it differs in terms of convenience, purpose, and like volunteer here. Wait. For example, one type of non-random sampling is convenience sampling, which I did in my thesis. So I just choose random participant, but I have no account of how many of them in the population. So just like, for example, consumers, I just surveyed random consumers from the market. So that's non-random sampling. It's different from random sampling because you really have to choose from a population. While non-random sampling, you don't have to choose from a bigger population. I think that's it. I'm sorry if I cannot articulate it.
Okay, and there's another one about word processor. Do you know any other word processor that you can use to write your article? And here he said, yeah, do you have any other like processor you would recommend? And here we have LaTeX. So this is also accepted in various journals.
Okay, that's a good question, but to answer this question, I only use Microsoft Word because I think I am already familiar and used to using Microsoft Word. I also heard about LaTeX, but I haven't tried about it. I think Microsoft Word is I think Microsoft Word is the best for me in writing research. And I didn't bother to use any other word processing, like since I'm using Mac, I tried to explore the use of Pages as a counterpart for Microsoft Word. But when I use Pages, I can navigate it, but one of the limitations is it doesn't connect to EndNote. So that's why I stayed to Microsoft Word, because it connects to EndNote. I can link my referencing software and I can cite faster. So that's why I would still suggest or recommend Microsoft Word.
Okay, so for me, I have an opinion about that, an idea about that. For if you conduct a research in a team, I would suggest you may use Google Doc because you can collaborate with other author, other writer, and but Google Doc is also have many limitations. You may use Google Doc just for like for the draft of your manuscript, but in the end you will still need to use like Microsoft Office, I mean Microsoft Word to complete your manuscript, because in Microsoft Word you will have like more tools like EndNote plugins. You can use that to generate citations and reference and stuff. So you may consider Google Docs, and that is free, and you can also collaborate with your teams to conduct the research, and that is for draft, I think draft only, and then you can convert that to Microsoft Word for the final product.
Yeah, perfect. Very good answer.
Okay, and yeah, there is a participant who would like to suggest us to have a future workshop on EndNote. And hopefully we will find some times to conduct a workshop on EndNote.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, Nico is one of my former students. I invited
Yeah,
from the Philippines,
from the Philippines.
and he is working with my former advisor. So I invited him for this workshop to learn, just in case he would need it when he will be required to publish papers in the future. But about EndNote, yeah, it's very interesting. I would say that it will save you time. It will help you write faster. And about specifics, specific training for EndNote, I cannot say it for now because I haven't prepared. But yeah, please give me time to make a training for EndNote in the
Okay.
future.
Yep. Petra, do you have any question? Yeah, you are here.
Yeah. I have some question, like, for example, in my experience, right, my manuscript, I cannot download a reference type from the journal, right? Can I submit the other reference type to the journal? Because sometimes I cannot download. I don't know how, if I don't know how to edit it, can I submit? Or do I need to edit the references to meet the journal requirement?
Okay.
Your,
Harry,
your question is?
I mean that whether he can submit a manuscript to a journal, but in different format. I mean the citation is in different format, right?
Yeah.
Okay. My short answer is yes, you can.
Yeah.
But if the editor or the editorial staff would send back your manuscript to you, I think it's the time that you need to revise it again. But sometimes some journals are not that strict in terms of the references during preliminary submissions. But if they send it back to you, then that's the time that you should format according to the journal reference style, because actually not all journals reference style can be downloaded from EndNote. So you need to modify existing styles to fit with the journal guidelines. So it's very tiring. So like I want to share to you about that. Maybe later on if we have trainings about EndNote.
Yeah. Actually, in EndNote software, you can modify the style.
Yeah.
You can modify it and can use it. Yes, you can modify it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, any other questions?
I want to hear personally from other participants. Like you should. I want to hear your voice.
Like if you don't have question, you may have comments and stuff. That's okay. So actually, yeah, this workshop is recorded, and we will send the recording because actually we squeeze this 4 sessions together in one day. It's supposed to be like 2-day trainings, but we squeeze it, and maybe some information overload. You may need to rewatch the recording to get the most out of our workshop.
Yeah. And you can just review the slides. Another question about citation: can we cite paper that we can't access in the web, but we can manage to get it by other way? Yes, the answer is yes. We can cite the paper because actually the once we finish our paper, the editors and reviewers don't matter anymore where we get our site, our papers or references that we cite, as long as it comes from reputable journals, or as long as you cite it correctly. So yeah, the short answer is we can still cite it. Me, I used to cite some of the, like, I only read the abstract of the paper because I cannot download a PDF, but it matched with the support that I want for my discussions. For example, I can cite the paper even if I just read the abstract. Talking about getting papers the other way, like, it's not already the responsibility of the reviewers or the editors to check how you get your papers or how you access those papers. So yeah, just do the citation.
So any other questions?
How do we know if the papers... Okay, this is a good question. Yeah. So yeah, you want to make sure that the papers are not plagiarized or illegal papers. Actually, most of the papers from the journal publishers that I have shared to you a while ago are good papers to be cited. But in some cases, they will, if ever the paper was detected as a plagiarized paper or illegal paper, they will actually issue an update of that paper from the journal website itself. So it is, the term they use is retracted paper. So meaning, if you see a retracted paper, it's your choice not to cite that kind of paper. I want to show to you, like, let's go to the Springer website. Okay. And let's say, for example, search. So I have some links here.
So you want to share screen or you just talk?
Oh, I wasn't able to share. Okay, wait. I want to share screen. Okay. Do you see it? This, the Springer link.
Yeah.
Okay, so for example, I want to search on plant growth. Promoting bacteria, something like that. And actually, you can have some retracted papers. Well, I can't find it now. or
So if we do not care whether, if we do not care where the article is coming from, we may not
Yeah.
know whether that article is good or not. But if you care from the beginning, you care, like you need, you only need to cite articles from Scopus or website, and that can guarantee that that is a good article.
Yeah. That's a good
Sure.
answer. So like, in order to avoid citing illegal, or I would say plagiarized papers or predatory papers from predatory journals, as much as possible, we should cite papers from those top publishers that I have shared. So there is rare cases of you are citing plagiarized paper. If there are cases like that, you can easily identify from the paper that you have read, because there will be an update of that paper in the link. For example, a Springer Nature journal, if it's retracted, meaning the editor have detected some plagiarism, so it will have an update on on the on the paper information. So that's it. Like this one, how can you see this one? Retracted paper, meaning this one is plagiarized. Okay, any other question?
Okay.
So the answer for this one is cite those papers from top journal publishers and avoid predatory journals. Any other questions? Pia?
No question, Harry. But I will be question later.
Okay.
No, ask now.
No, it means that I'm waiting for. I have been submit a paper, a manuscript to the journal, but around 1 week ago, if the editors give me some comment, I will ask you.
Maybe on how to respond to reviewers' comments.
Yeah, I hope
Oh.
I can. It's not rejected again, because I was rejected 6 times already.
Okay. Yeah. We should have another workshop on how you can deal with the rejections, just like what Harry had mentioned, but it was like short one. But maybe Petra can give more about that.
Yes, I'm full of experience about rejection. It was 6 or 7 times rejected, but
Me
I still
too.
strong.
Yeah, you are pretty sure.
Our
Because
life,
I have no choice.
but to be strong.
Okay. And please don't forget to fill the evaluation form. I will send the link again. Okay. So yeah, if no more questions, or if you have questions and you want to ask later, you may contact Harry using his email. Right? Okay. So thank you, Dr. Harry, very much for sparing your time from your busy schedule to share with us this insightful workshop, insightful topic on how to get your paper published. And I am really confident that everyone here has learned something, and everyone here will be able to use the knowledge that you have learned here to make it happen, to successfully get your paper published. I really hope that. Okay. So Harry, do you have any last word for today?
Last words. Of course. Okay. Of course, I would like to thank EdCambodia for inviting me to share my experience on how to write and get published. And I also would like the participants for joining this event. I hope that you have learned a lot of things on how to get published. Although I may have talked too fast, or like I compressed some of the information to fit the time, but I think I've said what what I need to say to share to you my experience on how to write and get published. Because as what I have said before, when I started being a researcher, I didn't even know about this EndNote and how to find journals. I just know that I need to write. And I also didn't know about some patterns on writing the introduction. So this is really something that I said to myself, I need to share it to other people so that um, um, they can save time on getting rejected, and they can improve in writing their papers. So I hope that somehow I have been of help and added a little to your knowledge. And if you have some questions, you can just send me an email about the publication process or writing or EndNote. You can also ask me so that uh, I, I can share to you again individually the things that you want to know. So that's it. Thank you so much, and see you around.
Okay, so thank you, Harry, and thank you everyone for joining us today. And so I will conclude that this is the end of our workshop. So if we have other future workshop, we will post it on our Facebook page. So make sure you follow our page. Okay, สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ ธิดา Okay, so thank you everyone. So see you next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, Harry and
Bye bye.
facilitator.
ครับ My name is No Pillay.
No Pillay. Hope to see
Okay.
you again in the future.
ครับ บาทขอบคุณเจริญ
ขอบคุณ
พี่เลย
So
send
we'll end it.
presentation ផ្ញើ presentation នៅ
What?
email presentation slide
ហ្នឹងហើយនៅចាំផ្ញើទៅផ្ញើទាំង
Okay,
recording
thank
ហើយ
you.
នឹង slide presentation
Okay.
recording អត់យកទេ
យោ
អូខេហ្នឹងហើយចាំផ្ញើទៅឲ្យបាទ
ផ្ញើកន្លះកែវផង
ហ្នឹងហើយជំរាបលាដល់អ្នកគ្នា
Okay.
ត្រូវអត់បាន stop recording មក
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Stop recording